Going live. Going live. There we go. We are live.
Hello.
Hello, everyone. How are you all doing? We are starting on time.
We are confusing everyone.
Yes.
By talking in weird ways.
We even had time to get stuff done this morning. It's all very agreeable, quite frankly. Yes. Anyway, hello, everyone. How are we all doing? Welcome to the show.
Yes.
We've got a fantastic show lined up for you this week.
There are many things planned and unplanned.
Yeah. Yep. The first thing was just off the top. You know, Caradog was like, this broken Dyson has been sitting in the shop for ages. This is one of my Dysons from home, and Caradog was just like, if you're not aware, you can just buy parts for these directly from Dyson. They just sell all the parts. And I was like, oh, I did not expect that. So we're going to take this apart and see if we can determine what it needs, so we can order parts.
The only reason I knew that is because we've got a V10, I think is the current version of this. And basically it was standing on its little dock thing. That's supposed to go in your mouth.
I've just made a mess everywhere.
It was in its little dock thing, and it fell over and smashed one of its little vortice generating spinny Medoodad jiggles.
Yes.
And I went, oh, they're going to ask us to buy like an entire new one, and it's going to be like 250 quid.
Yeah.
And I was like, no, you can buy just the little cylinders bit. And it was like £60. I was like, that is not a king's ransom.
Yeah. And so, because if we can get the parts on order, we're probably going to do a video, because we had a conversation about this where we were like, is Dyson right to repair friendly kind of thing? Like, not necessarily right to repair as in just the legislation, but if they're making all of their parts available to purchase at an agreeable price, is that not something to be commended? So I was kind of thinking sort of, well, cool, we'll make a main channel video where I actually fix this, just so I can be like, thank you, Dyson, for actually making parts available, so we can just fix our stuff.
Yeah.
So, yeah. So we've got that, and our backup is this, which is a tower that is just in for repair. This just came in for repair. It's a no post, or it doesn't turn on, or something like that. I don't know, vague customer description. And
it doesn't work.
Yeah, it's a mess, that thing. I'm not going to lie. It's a heckin' mess, and we were just like, let's just start looking into it, I guess.
Yeah. I like that the back panel actually features a single stack that is eSATA 1394 and USB as a single stack of 4 ports.
Who would make that? Yeah, sure. So yeah, how many parts can you 3D print? I don't know, is the answer to that.
I guess it depends on whether you've got
a 3D
design
printer.
shops and a 3D printer.
Yeah. Let's see. Push the laptop back 1 ferret. Okay. So, you like to see other non-PC stuff repaired? Yeah, it's not a specialty. It's not something that I'm going to be into, because my channel is about laptop and computer repair. But, you know, now and then I look at other stuff. So, that's a thing. Nothing exploded. Oh, no. Yeah. All right.
There were no plans for explosions.
Indeed.
If there are any explosions...
Jason says he has one of those Thermaltake CPU coolers. The look did not age well. Agreed. It's from a period of time, isn't it? Although it is probably a fairly early big sort of tower heat pipe cooler. But yeah, it's definitely from that era of where they were just adding in a lot of butch plastic, you know, like Cooler Master V10 and stuff like that, where just everything was just a lot of just plastic bulk to look like an engine in your computer kind of thing.
Just to be imposing. Oh my goodness, what happened there?
A screwdriver that was too small for a fan screw, I think, on multiple of them as well. So yeah. Right, I'm waiting for this. I need this coffee to kick in. But yes. Anyway, Lewis says New York right to repair is a thing. I saw the headlines. Apparently they've got right to repair through in New York, which is cool. So
It's
yeah.
a fabulous start.
Yeah. I'm interested in having a look to see exactly what it is they have passed because, like, I've not read any of the right to repair bills. So I'm curious as to know, like, okay, so as of New York, what is the right to repair then?
Yeah.
You know, so, because obviously the original goals included making parts and specialist tools available at a accessible price,
Yeah.
at a reasonable price,
Yeah.
and making relevant schematics and or board views available as well.
Yeah.
So it's a case of, okay, well, how much did they manage to get through?
Yeah.
What exactly have they passed?
And certainly, even if it is just that the raw basic parts are now available,
That's a good start.
fabulous
Yeah,
victory.
like
Even
that's just a good start. Yeah,
because it's a case that, as proven by Lewis Rossman and Jessa Jones and stuff like that, even if the parts weren't available, the schematics weren't available, and so on, those people were still working it out.
yeah.
So simply the availability of the parts, they can do their job better.
That's it. Even without schematics, you can look at a board and you can see that a chip has got a crater in it, or a chip has shorted to ground, which by logic and reason it should not be shorted to ground, kind of thing. So you can be like, well, this has exploded, so let's try replacing it.
Yeah.
You don't always need to know what it is or what it does. Just replacing the exploded part is often a good place to start.
Yeah.
So yeah,
But no, I do hope it is a strong legislation, in as much as it covers all of the things that we hope it would,
yeah,
with regards to the scope of parts, no, the scope of equipment covered. So it
Yeah.
covers automobiles and
yeah.
cell phones and
That's it.
desktop computers and laptops and farm equipment and
Yeah,
medical equipment and generators for the Marines.
Yeah.
Because that was the thing that blew my mind the most, that story about the generators for the Marines and the fact that they were like, the Marines cannot fix their own generators.
Yeah.
The Marines do not fix generators. And I'm like,
How is that acceptable? Yeah.
yes. So I'm in the middle of a combat situation. It's just like, oh no, our generator's failed. I guess I'll have to call the support number.
Yeah. Okay, so Winston Wolfe said, so S149 summary is, establishes the Right to Repair Act to protect the rights of consumers to diagnose, service, maintain and repair motor vehicles, requires original equipment manufacturers to make equipment available to independent repair providers under fair and reasonable terms. Okay, so fair and reasonable terms was a big sticking point, so
Yeah.
yeah, that's just it. As Arnold G has just said, a $20,000 tool is available. Yeah.
Yeah. Also, I guess it depends on what the tool is.
Yeah.
Because if it's a general purpose tool,
Yeah, this is it. Like, the vagueness of the legislation was one of the things that's held it back for so long, is actually nailing down what is fair and reasonable.
Yeah.
That's the problem.
however, it's passed. It is the first one that is passed.
Yeah, I'd be interested.
means-
I'd still, like, that summary doesn't really tell us very much.
No, absolutely. But it was a case of, it was like in the main hearing, I think it was, about their right to repair bill. Their question to the Governor General
Yeah.
was, has anyone else passed this legislation? That came back as no, so they went, therefore we are not.
Okay, yeah.
That immediately shut down the conversation because no one else had done it.
Interesting, yeah. Well,
Now someone else has done it. Even if it's a really wishy-washy, lame law, someone else has done something. So now you can nibble on it and go, well, actually, we need this area. Oh, actually, we need this area. Area. And just kind of push like that.
yeah. Yeah, well, that's just it. 'Cause
It's not a one battle, it's a...
Yeah, because Winston has just said sort of the legislation specifically mentions motor vehicles, which I did notice there, and everyone seems to be skimming over that. But then, of course, the counter to that is what you've just said. It's like, okay, well, this is motor vehicles, but this is now a start, because next time they're in Maine and they go, has anyone else passed this legislation? You can say, New York has passed it for motor vehicles. So, the things are moving now. So we've got it for motor vehicles. Now can we get it for electronics,
And also possibly a case of, I don't know whether there is a state that particularly dislikes New York. You can then obviously also word it in the other way around and say, well, you don't want New York to be better than you, do you?
Yeah. See, part of me is just like, that's laughable, but also I wouldn't be surprised. So yeah.
But it's a case of it now means that comments and arguments like that can now be used. So just it's a step along the road,
Yeah.
and it's a thing that should be lauded for all of the efforts that were put into it. But also a case of it certainly shouldn't be a thing that we consider it's a done close. We can all go home now. We've won.
Yeah.
Or they've won.
Yeah. It's a thing that followed on from the guy who had to pay a 5-figure sum to repair his farm vehicle officially when it cost basically fuck all to do it himself, which was illegal. So yeah, because that is one of the things that highlights the point where it's a case of this should be very easy to DIY. However, it has been sabotaged in such a manner that it cannot be easily DIY'd. Yeah. And the official access is a 5-figure sum, which is completely unreasonable. And that's where fair and reasonable comes into it, is, you know, in certain black and white situations like that, we can look at a situation like that and go, well, that was not reasonable, you know. And that's it. It's just, but there are some bits to iron out, but it's a start, and it's certainly noteworthy.
And it also, to a degree, hopefully means that it will propagate because of that, because it's a start, because someone has done it now.
Yeah.
And they can kind of go, well, now you've done it for automobiles. What about medical equipment?
Yeah.
What about, medical equipment? What about saying that hospitals don't need to pay £50,000 for X when it's a £17 part?
Yeah. I think there are some sticking points for certain things, like hospital equipment. When you're talking about medical grade, that's a whole can of worms for, certification and stuff like that.
Yeah, absolutely. But when you have literally the same part, because it's, I require this IC.
Sure, if it's modular, yeah.
It's a case of, I literally require this IC that has failed.
Yeah.
I can't buy the IC from you, the manufacturer, because you will only sell the entire piece of equipment.
Yeah.
This IC has failed. I can buy it from the manufacturer of the IC for 17 cents.
Yeah.
You want £30,000.
Yeah. And there's going to be some small bits to sort out, fake versus real stuff. I mean, again, that's the great thing about Right to Repair, is that, if nothing else, it makes available genuine parts.
Yeah.
Because that's the thing, is just a lot of the time independent repair gets slated for not using genuine parts. And we're just like, oh, we'd use genuine parts if we could get them.
Yeah, absolutely.
But we can't get them, so we have to make do.
Yeah.
But
it's like the fact of when I had that Huawei Mate 10.
Yeah.
And I basically went on the UK Huawei website, looked at my phone and went, I want to buy that part. I want to buy that part. I want to buy this part. I want to buy that part.
That was great.
Every single part of it was on there.
Yeah.
Oh, you need a new ribbon cable for the speaker. Here you go. Oh, you want a complete set of screws for the phone. Here's a complete set of screws for this phone. You need a new case.
Yeah. Yeah. Lead Farmer also pointed out, Spec by official certification of repair and stuff like that, which is an interesting thing. Someone mentioned further up the chat, and I haven't double checked it, but I did actually get interviewed by PC Pro, I think it was, a couple of months ago, and I believe that interview has actually been published this month. But one of the questions that I was actually asked in that interview was, what do you think about some kind of, like, for independent repair shops, some kind of guild or certificate or guarantee that this shop is capable or is competent, kind of thing. And I said, well, that's a difficult one, because we have if you look at the trade industry, there's stuff like checker trade and things like that, which is arguably just a cartel where you have to pay your money to be on the checker trade website, otherwise you're not good for it, kind of thing. And it's a case of, well, how are they actually checking? And the interesting thing is that with checker trade, if you get ripped off by someone who is on checker trade themselves will reimburse you a 5-figure sum of money. So it's like, oh, okay, they actually guarantee that the people who they have certified are good for it. So that actually does actually carry some weight, because checker trade themselves guarantee it. So there's an interesting discussion to be had over official
Yeah.
certification of repair and stuff. And like and also just to circle back, a thing for medical equipment is you could say, okay, well, if it's been repaired, it now has to be calibrated, which means it has to go through a calibration and testing procedure that certifies that it does indeed function as intended and is safe to use. So there are means and ways around this. It's just a question of who runs that, you know?
Yeah. I would say, my only comment is, working in a regulated industry, I have never, ever, ever had someone ask, are you regulated? Are you approved? How do I check that you're regulated? How do I check you're qualified to do this?
Yeah.
And I work in an industry where, by law, you have to be regulated.
Yeah.
And no one has ever asked.
Yeah.
So I'm kind of going,
Does it carry any weight? Yeah.
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 Yeah, just also because working in that industry, seeing the penalties that get handed out, they seem so disproportionate, and they seem to miss the actual issues most of the time.
Yeah.
Like, there will be a large fine for the company that has broken the rules, but the individuals who have instigated the culture there
Yeah.
can just leave, start up a new company, and do it all over again.
Yeah.
And then sell the company just before the investigation comes,
Yeah.
and start another one. They personally aren't getting fined and imprisoned, sort of thing. So yeah, it's difficult, because how do you make it so the penalty for failure is sufficiently high that when someone is acting in bad faith, they get suitably penalised, but also okay, so it doesn't make it so onerous as to no one wants to enter that industry, and therefore you end up with conglomerates and monopolies. And it's a very nuanced and difficult conversation,
Yeah.
because it's certainly one that hasn't been fixed in several sectors,
Yeah.
and they've been doing it for 100 years.
Yeah. 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 Some of this stuff is useful. Like Winston is also just given the old example of, he says, it takes me back to my RAF days. If you wanted some wood screws that cost peanuts, you had to pay multiple times the price for military spec Mark 10 organic material retaining device. And it's just like, okay, well, presumably that means they're guaranteed not to rust within 20 years or something like that. But it's a case of, were they actually guaranteed not to rust in 20 years? That's the problem when you say military spec and automotive spec. It's just like,
Military spec just means it was made by the lowest bidder.
Yeah, that's it. And automotive spec is an interesting one because, this is 100% hearsay, but I saw rumblings of there were theories that where now and then Tesla has an issue with stuff catching fire and exploding in their vehicles. There was hearsay doing the rounds, and I call it hearsay because I never saw people were theorizing, and I'm like, theorizing isn't evidence, but whatever. They were suggesting that perhaps Tesla had not been using, for example, automotive grade capacitors in their electronics. They'd just been using just basic SMD stuff, and this is important because the way that SMD ceramic capacitors are MLCCs, and on the inside of an MLCC, you've got plate 1 and plate 2, and they go together like forks, and there's multiple plates so to build up layers. And under strain and flex, if it cracks and the layers touch, the capacitor will go short circuit, and this is a failure mode of a ceramic capacitor where it goes short circuit, and then because it is short circuited, it then overheats, which causes it to then weld itself shut even more and turn into a wire. Whereas an automotive grade capacitor is designed, I can't remember how it's designed, I'd have to look it up again, but it's designed in a specific way that it always fails open. So it cannot cause a potentially catastrophic short circuit. Now, obviously, in consumer devices, you don't need that. But in a car where it's going down a road at 70 miles an hour, getting bumped and shaken about, that is actually really important. And so this is an example where certain grades of components actually do matter. And so there is an argument to be made that, again, if you said sort of, okay, you have to make it so independent repair places can fix car electronics, it's like, okay, but they've got to use automotive grade stuff, otherwise that is potentially inherently unsafe. So that's the thing. There are lots of nuanced arguments and discussions to be had here. And that's the difficulty, is enforcing this stuff, because there are compelling arguments in
But
certain
it's also
places.
a case of, if they just sell the entire controller board, and you literally just go, old board out, new board in.
Yeah, that is a potential solution to that.
The independent location is still fixing the device, and
Yeah.
for substantially lower cost.
Yeah.
But you're not doing component level repair.
Yep,
If a
absolutely.
concern is around the component level repair, remove the need for component level repair. Don't
Yeah.
remove the ability to repair it.
Yes. Yeah.
You're fixing the wrong problem.
Yeah.
I think that's the issue we have, is we've had industries fixing the wrong problem for
Yeah.
a long time, and then telling people it's dangerous to fix the correct problem.
Yeah, that's it. 'Cause it's a lot like
it's kind of-
like take computer monitors and TVs. 9 times out of 10, I think it's changed in modern stuff, but certainly for a very long time, in a TV or a computer monitor, if the device failed, 9 times out of 10 it was the power board. Now, obviously, working on power supplies, kind of sketchy if you don't know what you're doing. However, a lot of the time, if you just make available to purchase a replacement power board, that was still made the device very economical to fix. So again,
Especially-
yeah, we don't have to be necessarily doing component level repair. Just a new power board would have been good enough.
Yeah.
So yeah, that's reasonable. Yes, like Jimmy World paying $210 for a single aviation grade nut. Yeah, maybe.
That seems excessive.
Yes. And that's just it. It's just like, well, what makes it aviation grade? You know, I mean, if it's a titanium nut, it's a titanium nut. And a lot of the time, it's how it's fitted that matters. Especially with aviation, a lot of the time, it's not necessarily the quality of the parts; it's whether they were fitted properly. Because like I watch a lot of Mentor Pilot, who's done a series of videos, which is where he reads and explains historical aviation accidents by basically going through the final report. And they're really good videos because they're completely impartial. It's not he's not talking about the drama or anything like that. He literally just explains what the final report stated. This is what happened. This is the theory of why it happened, determined by the investigation, and these were the recommendations on how to stop it from happening again moving forward.
Yeah.
And so what we learned from it. And a lot of the time when there was a catastrophic failure of the plane, so, you know, like the cockpit windscreen blew out or something like that, a lot of the time it was because there had been maintenance on the plane and the maintenance had been improperly done. It wasn't that the incorrect screws were in there. They had not been fitted. They'd been fitted the wrong way round or something like that. And so that was always the bigger enemy, I think.
Yeah.
But yeah, just
It's also very interesting, talking about the aviation industry, is when there are failures, is how complete the investigation is and how it's viewed as a way for the entire industry to improve.
Yeah.
Whereas you look at cybersecurity and someone has a breach or something like that, it isn't used as an opportunity for the industry to improve.
No.
It's used as a reason as to why that company is shit.
Yeah. It's always
It's used as a reason to beat that company down.
yeah.
It's never used as a learning thing. It's a case of how can we do things better? How can we improve process? How can we be better?
Yeah, and as a result of that, we have a culture where no one wants to report breaches because they know that depending on the severity of it, it's potentially going to bury the company, which sucks. So yeah. Okay, yeah, I had a suspicion that might be the case, Quentin Stevens, in that one. Okay, with the pilot window, it was the wrong nut and bolt combo. But still, it was not the quality of the part, it was the incorrect part used, or, and so on. But it was a matter of, I brought that up as an example because of aviation spec, The bolt didn't shear off because it was a bad quality metal or something like that. It was just the wrong bolt in the wrong place, sort of thing,
It's like long screwing a MacBook.
Yeah, exactly that. So
it's not the wrong grade of screw.
Yeah,
it's the wrong screw in the wrong.
That's
hole.
right. So the reason why I say it is that there was no need to have a $100 bolt that was made out of unobtainium. You just have to use the correct length bolt in the first place, because they don't rely on the strength of the bolt. They rely on having 100 bolts holding it in, because they're going to say, I'm pretty certain that 100 bolts won't fail.
Yeah.
So yeah. But yes, interesting. Right, should we start taking this Dyson apart?
Yes.
Very well. So one of the issues is I've forgotten to bring in and or locate the charge. I think I left the charger at home. So I've got the bench power supply on hand here, which we've spec'd to. Does anyone have one of these kicking around with the charger on hand?
And an SV06.
Yeah, or just something similar to that, because they're probably going to have very similar chargers. And can you just confirm the charger spec for me? Because this has got written on the back of it 21.6 volts. So I've just spec'd a power output to 21.6 volts and 4 amps, but it's not pulling anything. And I'm like, have we got the correct settings on that? I don't know. So if anyone can confirm that, that'd be awesome. If nothing else, we're going to open this up and see what we can find.
T whatever that is.
T8, I think that is.
Yes.
I will grab some
T8
screwdrivers.
and a Phillips. Because if this is anything like my one, it will be literally 2 types of screw and that's it.
Yeah.
Because they were very good for that.
Start with the T8. There's a Phillips. Big boy screwdriver. Big boy screwdriver.
Apparently so. Also, I think this might be too small. Oh, no. No. That is the correct size.
Okay, well, big boy screwdriver. Right. Hold on, I'm failing to chair. See, this is why I have them 90 degrees sideways, so I can Riker maneuver them. Right, what did we decide? T10.
T8.
Oh, okay, T8, so it was the correct size.
Yeah, we'll try again with T8.
Right, where were we? Is Dyson a glorified Hoover? Yeah, 26.1 volts. Okay. Yeah, V6.
For the charger, yes, I'd expect the charger to be above the nominal voltage of the pack.
Yep. That might explain why it wasn't drawing any power at all. Okay, max output of the charger apparently is 0.78 amps to 26.1. For a maximum of 20 watts. Is that all they're charging at, 20 watts?
Yeah,
Explains
it's something hilariously pathetic.
Yeah, it explains why it takes so bloody long to charge. Okay, let's quickly up this to, what did we say, 26.1? Yeah. What's the breakdown of that? Calc 26.1 divided by 5? 4.2 times...
It's 6 cell.
6. Yeah, 4.2 times 6 would be 25.2. So yeah, they're running quite a hot input on that. Presumably they're doing a little bit of step down. So yeah, could it be center negative? I bloody hope not. If anyone can confirm if it's center negative or not. Do we want to quickly plug this in again and give that another whirl, just so we can get a baseline for what the current status is? The last time I was checking this, when you plug the charger in, the light would not charge, and when you tried to pull the trigger, it would just flash red. Oh, it's flashing red now. Okay, so that suggests that it's flat. But if we plug it in and turn the power on, it is drawing 6 milliamps,
which is about enough for an LED.
Yeah. So, yeah, it is actually drawing some... Yeah, when we tried it on the lower voltage before we started streaming, it was drawing 0. Now it's drawing 6 milliamps. So, yeah, we've got a valid charger now, but it's not taking on any charge. So that is the fault we're trying to address. It does not charge. It's center positive. Yeah, good.
Although it unplugged is apparently drawing 0.005.
Oh, okay. That sounds like leakage then. But, yeah. It went up very slightly while it was plugged in. Oh, that... I think that's quiescent. I don't know. It's not drawing anything.
It does not work.
Yes, it does not work.
Oh, your filter is in here. Oh, I thought your filter was in here.
No.
I'm just looking for screws because none of it is moving presently.
Okay. Have you taken out the screw on the
I've
back?
taken out that one, and I've taken out that one.
Okay.
There is one there,
Yeah.
just behind this.
I'm gonna go to
Oh,
the
actually,
bench
hold
cam,
on. If I do...
which is frozen apparently. There we go.
That's how you take this off. Like that. There we go.
Ah, we've got another screw there.
Yeah, that's what I was trying to get to.
Yeah.
But I couldn't work out how the clear bit came off.
Yeah. I gave this a quick dust out before we started, but there's still a lot of dust.
There we go. Have a battery.
A battery pack. Okay. Do you reckon it's worth sticking a couple of spades in there and just seeing if the battery takes any power?
Yeah, because it goes into spades there
Yeah.
to then pull the motor.
Yeah. I don't know if the bench power supply has got the guts to drive that directly at 350 watts because it's a 300 watt power supply.
I mean, you can try it. The worst that will happen is it will go no.
Yeah, I suppose so.
Because it's not like it will explode.
Yeah. Actually, I'll rephrase that. I definitely don't have any cables that are man enough to carry 300 watts. So we might just fry the cables trying to do that. But I'm curious just because obviously if we could hotwire that, pull the trigger and it turns on, that tells us that that assembly functions and that it's just a battery issue. In which case, all this might only just need a battery. I didn't realise that just came off like that.
Yeah. We can apparently go slightly further.
Okay, Caragor is going deeper. I'm going to... I tell you what I've got that might be able to drive that. I've got some big boy crocodile clips here that might get on there. Which side is positive? So left side in that orientation.
Yeah, there.
So,
that is positive.
Yes, understood. I got it. There's a bit of plastic up there. Is that part of the trigger assembly?
Yeah,
oh,
the
interesting.
trigger assembly goes down and pushes on here.
Oh, interesting. Yeah.
The trigger assembly actually triggers the battery.
Oh, I see.
The battery is the thing that turns the device on and off.
Ah, okay. So when I actually turn this on, it's just going to go.
Yes.
Very well.
So you want the supply to be off.
Yes. Okay. I gingerly plug in the jumper wires. Oh, balls. Well, he's not fit in there. If I take off the rings. Will you fit now? No. Oh, okay. Oh, no, they will. There we go. Yep, we're okay, we're okay. Okay.
We are proceeding.
Magic smoking coming. Maybe.
It will not be magic.
It will probably be quite toxic, if I'm honest. Right, I'm just going to check.
I'm going to check that we are not shorted.
Yeah. Considering I'm about to belt 300 watts into this, I'm actually going to get the multimeter and check that we're not shorted. Normally I'd just do a casual look and be like, well, if it goes short, it goes short. However, considering I'm about to give it the beans, I'd like to be certain. We are not shorted. Excuse me.
Oh dear.
Okay, right. Right, so what are we giving this? 21.6?
I guess.
21.6. And, whoops. I guess I'll give it 4.9 amps. which is as much as this thing can manage. Okay, here we go. Interesting. That was an exciting noise. Could you guys hear that? I'm not sure. I didn't see if the mics were picking that up. Hang on a sec. Yeah. Are you sure? Because the bottom of the battery says that this has got 21.6 written on it. Oh, the bloody camera's locked up again. There we go. Yeah, this bit says 21.6. 350 watts. I think it's hitting overcurrent protection.
Well, if you put more volts on it.
Yeah. Okay. Then. I'll try. I'll give it 26 then. I think that's too high. But then it's an electric motor. It's not gonna care if it's going slightly over, is it? All right.
No.
Slightly higher, but however, it's not making that noise when it tries to turn on.
It is not stone dead.
Yes, and by virtue of the fact that it's stone dead running off the battery, I think that infers that the battery is not outputting power. So I think we should try and plug into the battery and see if we can learn anything from that.
Yes. Can you stuff a multimeter into those holes?
I can stuff a multimeter into those holes. There's one. There's the other. All right. Yeah, so that's not outputting anything. So there's your problem. Okay. So we can determine that there's an issue with this then.
Yes.
So can we try... It's probably safe to bet... It's probably safe to say that there's a BMS in there, isn't there?
Yes.
So
would that stop you applying voltage to these?
Yeah, I mean, we can try.
Yeah.
We can try and plumb some power into there and just see if it draws any current.
Yeah.
I mean, if the BMS says no, then it says no.
Yeah. And we already know this is presently
Yeah, as
as useful as a paperweight is.
Yeah, as far as we're concerned, this is dead, so we can't kill it anymore.
It can't be any more. Stop! It's already dead.
Right, these actually fitted quite nicely in there, so I'm just going to do that again and plug those into the power supply. I need to rearrange here. Hold on a sec.
Also, the camera has frozen.
Oh my God. Camera, please. I'm going to move it to a different USB port.
I'm going to undo these and put you over there.
Ooh.
Oh, you'll have to reselect the camera, won't you?
Yeah. You might find it automatically. There we go. All right, let's see if that actually behaves now. Okay, right. I will... Okay, I'm going to move this around here. Ooh. Ooh. Oh. Balls, I just sent one of the screws flying.
It was the end of these.
Yeah, but there was a screw here, and now there isn't. So that's on the floor somewhere now.
No, it's not. It's there.
Ah, good. Well spotted. Okay. There is no problem. There are no problems. There is only dodgy repair.
There's only Graham worrying himself.
Okay, right. I'm not going to give this 4.9 amps. I'm going to just dial that back to an amp and just see what it does if I give it power.
Yes.
I don't think we should put 26.1 in there, personally. I think we should do 4.2 times 6, which was 4.2 times 6, which was 25.2.
Okay.
Just because otherwise we're...
Sure.
Like, do you agree with my logic there?
Yeah.
If it doesn't respond to that, then we'll up it a bit more. I just don't like the idea of banging too much voltage directly into a battery. So, Right, that's everything. Right. Okay, right. Let's see. Okay, power on then. It's pulling an amp.
Excellent.
It's pulling an amp at 20 volts, 21 volts, and climbing. Okay. There we go. All right. What do then?
Leave it for a bit.
Yeah. So that's a 6-cell battery pack. Should we give it 2 amps?
I mean, to be honest, I'd be willing to go up to 4 at the moment because that's still less than 1 amp a cell.
Yeah. I mean, Lead Farmer says cells are done for. I agree. I mean, the voltage is climbing.
Yeah.
Although that's going to take ages. I'm going to give it 2 amps.
Yeah. What's the minimum voltage going to be?
It's hard to tell because it started at 21 volts and it was showing 0 previously. So we don't. The problem is we don't know if there's a BMS in there or not, or any kind of protection circuit, because the protection circuit may have been cutting off the output because the cells were low, and that means the cells could have been sitting at 2.8 volts for all we know. In which case they're actually fine. They just dropped a little bit too low, like your camera battery does.
Yeah.
You know, and I would, I'd be willing to bet that I suspect that what has happened to this is that it just self-discharged a bit low, which was daft because it's not that it's sat unused for a long time. I mean, it has sat unused for a long time now.
Yeah.
But at the time when it failed, it was used like a week or 2 previously. And I'm pretty certain it was left plugged in as well. So I don't know what happened to it, but I don't know. It seems to be taking power. So you only charge once, maybe.
What was the? It was 24 on the bottom, wasn't it?
21.6 written on the bottom.
Okay, we're over
21.6 nominal. Yeah.
So we're over 21.6 anyway.
Yeah. I mean,
So if we take it off and put this into the charging port, we can see whether it's unlocked.
Yes. Yeah. Okay. Well, what I suggest we do, let's let that get up to 23, which is going to take a few seconds. Then we'll move the leads back to the multimeter and see if it's outputting a voltage.
I don't expect it to output a voltage.
Okay.
Because that's how it controls whether that's on or off. Because this is just on.
Yeah. Well, we could plug it in and then hold down the button.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, that's fine.
And then basically what we would do to determine if the cells are completely shot or not, we would monitor the voltage and see if the voltage just slowly droops down again. If the voltage holds, then that would infer that the cells are still holding a charge, and at that point I'd be like, cool, okay, well let's charge it then. I think. Let's see. Also keeps it from charging correctly. Possibly the usual one cell under voltage, so the BMS locks out. Yeah, that could be it. Just a single cell has failed, which might explain why it died all of a sudden. Just a cell kicked the bucket. So yeah. Yeah, that's the problem. Well, I mean, the BMS. If the BMS is working, it will balance charge. And then if it falls over again, it probably means that one of the cells is dead. So, yeah. Okay. Fine. Let's plug that into the multimeter.
Oh, it auto turns off.
Well, it's dropped down to 0 load.
Yeah.
But, yeah, I'll do that. So let's now do that.
Oh, yeah, because you said the fan was load dependent, not temperature dependent.
Yeah. Right. So that's showing nil. Push the button. Ah, it's outputting a voltage now.
Yeah.
14.
21.4.
Okay,
Yeah.
that's stabilized.
And it's flashing.
It's flashing
Which it
red,
wasn't.
yeah.
Which it wasn't before.
Yeah.
It was non-responsive, so it has become responsive. So that's interesting. I think we should see if it does
looks
anything.
like it's drooping, kind of thing. Yeah. Well, let's see if it'll charge. Yeah. Because we've only given it a tiny bit at the moment, so that is drooping. But again, we've only given it like 2 or 3 minutes of charge. So yeah. Yep. Do the thing. The battery was just super dead. Yeah. Well, yeah, the battery is super dead. The question is if it has a dead cell in it. No, that is not accepting a charge over the charge port. I think it's still too low.
Hold on. Stop flashing. I need to wait for it to stop flashing.
Yeah.
Also, doesn't this need to be 26 volts to match the charger?
Maybe.
Stop flashing. Because I know our one won't flash whilst it's... Sorry, charge whilst it's showing an error.
Yeah. What did we decide? 26.2? Charger tip tested. You know what? That's a good idea. Oh, it's... I think we've got some losses over this cable. This cable is not very good. I might see if I can find a better cable, because I think I've got one somewhere. I think we're losing... I think we're dropping a lot over this wire.
Very well.
That might be a contributing factor. Now the question is, can I find... I've got a better wire somewhere. I just couldn't find it in the heat of the moment.
Yeah. Plugging it in, the cell has done the battery has done the same thing again. I think we need to just force some more voltage into it.
Yeah.
And just leave it on the side.
Yeah.
So if that makes sense, the worst thing that happens is the battery dies and it's already basically dead.
Yeah.
And
I've got a really nice XT60 to barrel jack cable somewhere.
oh yeah, the pine saw one.
No, actually, it's one of the secure ones, and I think that's why I can't find it, because it's in one of the secure boxes. Because this is... Oh, that's the electric screwdriver. Where are the soldering irons?
Is it not the box next to it? In your hand?
No.
With the printing on the top?
No.
Oh, okay.
Here they are. Yes, because I boxed these back up but so I could unbox them on the review. Because that's how this works. Whenever someone is unboxing something, they've seen it already.
Look at what's in here.
Gosh, this is so exciting. I've never before seen inside this. There we go. Here's a better XT60 to barrel jack that can actually take 60 watts. I'm pretty certain that this wire came off of like a 12 volt 2 amp adapter or something. All right, so let's see what our losses are over this one now. Oh, excuse me. Oh.
Effluvium.
That's a much more confident 26.2.
Oh,
all right,
okay.
try see what that does. Nothing.
Yeah.
Okay, cool. Fine. Let's jumper wire it then, and let's give it more charge.
However, we have got more life out of it than it had.
I was going to say, we've actually made progress. It's now showing signs of life because it's, yeah.
It's showing signs of death.
Well,
Whereas
yeah.
before it was just not.
Yeah.
It was showing signs of nothing. So yes.
Yeah. Laptop batteries are only warranted for 3 months. Is that true?
Is it 3? I thought it was 6.
I don't know. It probably depends on the manufacturer.
I thought it was...
Certainly, I know that...
UK...
I know that most manufacturers consider the battery to be a quote-unquote consumable product and thus not covered by the standard warranty.
Yes, as far as I was aware, the warranty length under UK law was 1/4 of a device warranty.
Mm.
Which one's for the voltage adjust? Is it that one?
Yes.
What did we say? 24 point what?
25.1.
Oh, yeah.
4.2 times 6. 25.2.
And then just...
bottom right to lock. Yeah.
Boop.
There we go. And that's quite happily pulling in 2 amps now.
Yeah.
So, yeah. All right.
Shall we do that and put it on the right-hand side of the bench?
Yep, and have a look at the tower.
disassemble this.
I agree, because I think we just need to leave that just to take some power and just see what it does. At least let it run up to 25.2.
Yeah.
And because taking it up to peak voltage is what, 50-60% charge?
I thought it was harder than that.
Yeah, maybe, I don't know.
But yeah,
Yeah.
it's certainly a decent percentage
Yeah.
charged, and should then mean it takes a charge from the actual normal
Yeah.
charging port. If it doesn't, then we know that something is very dead with it.
Distance it, boom, says the lead farmer. I'll put it on the floor. So yeah. Right, I shall.
There's a nice hard plastic case around it.
That'll make some nice shrapnel. Yeah. I will transpose it to the tile floor, if it catches fire, I'll be sure to angle the camera at it so everyone can see it burst into flames.
I also just realised I was resting this on the microphone. I apologise. Get in there. Thank you.
Ow, I fucked it.
Do not insert.
There we go.
Stay. Very well.
Grenades have a hard case, yeah. Okay, right. Let's go back to that. Got to feed the young one. No problem. See you in a bit, my dude. Right, I can go there.
Young one. Da, 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 da.
Okay, right. Shall I... I'll leave this where it is for now. Yes. And then Lead Farmer remembered that he had a phone, and thus he can take the chat anywhere. Cool. Right, I'm going to break open one of them heck insiders that you've bought. Because I always forget, and then we get to like 3/4 of the way through the stream, and I'm like, oh, it's too late to start a cider now. Now I've got to remember where the bottle opener is. In fairness, the shop is a bomb site because there has been decorating this weekend.
I mean, that's the reason this week it is a bomb site.
Look, just because I've got a valid excuse this time... The person who sent in that bottle opener will be so mad if they're watching right now.
Especially as it was one that you could literally screw onto a wall, so you would never lose it. I know they thought, I'll get them one that you can hard mount. That way they'll never lose it.
I have regrets. No, I saw it and I put it somewhere not far away.
Yes, something I would like to point out with this case is that there is a side window. And this case didn't come with a side window.
Yeah, it's a modded side window.
It has been aftermarketed.
Yeah.
And it's a surprisingly clean job.
I don't think the original owner did these mods, although I might be judging.
Well, I would say, I think it would be a comment of the current owner.
Yes, sorry, that's what I meant.
The person whose computer this presently is probably did not do those mods. There's also some sneaky fan controllers hidden in the front here.
Yeah, there's
little
also
twiddly knobs.
That's also really slick, that one. I think whoever originally built this probably did a really good job of it, and it was a really cool build. It's just fallen into disrepair, as many of these kinds of builds do.
Oh.
What are you finding?
So you know you've got the little fan controller that's built into the back of the case.
Yeah.
I think the LED strip has been wired into the fan controller.
Ooh, not sure that's a good idea, if I'm honest. Oh, I hate everything. I saw it the other day, and I was like, oh, it's the bottle opener. I should put that somewhere sensible.
But yes, certainly things have occurred.
I'm going to give up on the bottle opener in 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5.
I also like the fact that there's just
4,
a Mac hard drive in
3,
a little baggie.
2,
Oh, it is an anti-static bag
1.
that had RAM in it.
Yeah, okay. Plies it is. I'm sad.
Huh.
I'm immeasurably sad. Oh. Oh.
I agree. Oh.
Oh. It's annoying because I literally saw it the other day and was like, oh, bottle opener, put that somewhere safe. Everything's been moved around though because decorating.
A 720 gigabyte SSD.
Sure.
What? Okay. However,
All right, now I
1,
need
2, 3. 1, 2, 3.
time for teeth. No, not on UK bottles.
1, 2.
On US bottles you can do that. European bottles, you will die.
Nibble.
Oh my god, come on, there we go.
Where did it went over there? That was a bit close.
It's all right, we have the perfect level of tension because there's a bomb under the desk. So
It's fine. It's just like the beginning of Inglourious Bastards.
I've not seen Inglourious Bastards.
Oh my god.
Yeah, I know.
Oh my God.
It's one of those films where I'm just like, that's a film that I probably should have seen.
It's Never mind. I will not tell you. I shall not regale you of this tale,
Okay.
for it will spoil.
I take it starts
the
with a bomb
atmosphere.
under the table.
No.
Oh, okay.
Maybe if you'd watched the film, you'd know.
Very well.
Can I have HDMI?
HDMI. You can have HDMI.
Ta-da!
All right.
Do we have a spare GPU?
We have a spare GPU. We've got the 1060.
Fabulous.
This looks like it has a 280X. No, that's not a 280X.
All I have
That's a
done
H-
is remove the boot media.
Very
Or
well.
potential boot media.
Yep. Right, hang on a sec. What am I going to switch to? We're on the XR1.
Good.
Okay, if the XR1 gets signal, it should appear. There we go. Okay, right. I'm going to move this over to under me so people can see the computer. Wah. Ah,
It posts.
that's really boring. Okay, let me actually check to see what the fault description of this is.
'Cause the fault was very much that it didn't post from the conversation I recall.
Okay, I'm going to actually check what's written in the things. No boot. So yeah, no boot means it won't start Windows. Okay, that's less interesting. Okay. Probably should have checked that in advance. Okay, we've got no boot. Okay, so it's a Windows issue then. I think this is a software problem, if I'm honest. So it's just a question of, are we going to take this apart, tidy it up, and put it back together again for the sake of it? Because we could do that. We could just tidy this thing up and make it less awful.
Yeah. Absolutely.
I like how the power supply's got status LEDs on the side of it. That's kind of cool.
Interesting.
All right, let's do that. Let's just see if we can tidy this thing up and just... Yeah. Yeah, okay. Not gonna lie, that's my bad. I should have checked that in advance. So it's not a no post. Could the SSD be faulty? It could be. We might just have two bad drives here. I mean, we could plug this in and just... should we plug the drives in?
Studio mode it.
Yeah, I was going to say, plug the drives in, studio mode it, and see what it does, just so we can then make a quick assessment of this. Because if it's not detecting drives, we can start testing drives and showing that.
Yeah.
So, yeah. Okay, we're going to do that then. And overclock the RAM.
I honestly expected us to need to replace the RAM, because when you have a look at it...
There's about 3 different types of RAM in there.
Also, one of them is a little bit brutalized.
One of them has definitely been adjusted to clear a cooler. Very well.
Please studio mode.
Yep. Okay. Right. Update BIOS, maybe. Okay, let's see. Right, studio mode. XR1. Okay, I need a dedicated scene for that. Standby. Let's duplicate this. Duplicate to XR1. Oh, fuck's sake. XR1.
0.1.
Scene. Okay. I hate how scenes and sources cannot have the same name in OBS. I guess it kind of makes sense, but whatever. Right, okay, that's going to be visible, and it's going to be that big. And we're going to window projector preview. And we're going to do that so you can see if it's on. Okay, good. That should be enough.
We're going to go to...
and we are on full screen us at the moment.
Good.
Yep. Good. Okay. Projector chat. There we go. All right. Okay, we're just turning it on. We're just going to see what it does with the SSD connected. So we're having to do this because obviously customer data might appear. So we're just going to see what actually happens. Okay, reboot or select proper boot device. Cool. Okay, so right, what I'll do then, I'll drop out of Studio and just switch to that, so you guys can see.
There we go.
Okay.
I require...
Hang on a sec. Let's do that, and let's do Live Gamer. Put that there, and then do that.
Do you know what I can't help but feel is significantly easier?
A monitor. Okay, we're getting a we're getting a monitor. Okay.
Monitor.
Yes. All right. Caradog is doing the sensible thing and getting a monitor, so
Where
we can...
did the HDMI lead that was here that had the DVI adapter on it go?
It's currently plugged in.
Where
The
is the
DVI
DVI
adapter is
adapter?
there. On the corner.
Therefore, I require... Yes, that is USB. That's fine.
Yeah.
It looked like the long HDMI cable as well.
All right, stand by, everyone. We're adjusting.
Is the other long HDMI also the grey one?
I think so, yeah. I think the grey ones are the longest ones, yeah.
Whoa.
Yeah, that looks like a 3 meter, and we've currently got the 5 meter plugged in.
Cool.
So yeah, then the 3 monitor will go to the monitor back here. Do you want me to move the laptop so the monitor can go there? Yeah. Oh. Stuff rolling away. We're going to need another kettle cable as well because we've got the power supply plugged in down there. Whoop. Weather report on the battery. It is up to 24.6 volts, so it's climbing slowly. It's not up to peak yet. I actually half expected that to be up to peak by now. I think I should have picked a different cable.
hood of me out.
We only have long cables in this professional setup.
Is this plugged into anything?
Charger, that's it.
Okay.
My God, is that the same length?
Just because I'm going to shuffle
Yes, it is.
everything.
Who cursed me with all of these short kettle cables? Okay,
Who cursed me with the equipment in my own shop?
Other people. Okay, here's a heckin' long boy.
Who was responsible for this?
Is that? All right. Excuse me. All right, am I being demoted down to the other end of the desk?
Yes.
Yep, okay. Have you swapped the siders? Oh, yours is over there, yep. The exhaust of this computer smells of cigarette smoke. Thank you.
I'm getting there, I'm getting there.
All right.
Please make you
Let's
hold
go
that
to there
for
for
a
now.
moment.
I'm holding.
There you go.
There you go. Right, what does the chat say? Capture card is not a happy boy. Yeah, that's fine. We'll be fine now. Get in your corner.
Yep, there you go. Right.
Okay. I will adjust the bench cam so it's actually in a useful place.
Are we about good with that? And I will shimmy the computer to it.
Oh, okay, yep. Yeah. And rotate, yep. That'll do. Good. All right. Now you can see it in all of its glorious glory. What a mess. Yeah, big time.
What are you? You are that which I'm actually going to just drape over the desk. But from this side, because we have length. Yes. There we
Cool.
go. Oh!
What?
Ha! Look at the top fan.
Yes. Oh, yes. Quite so.
Ha! Very well.
Indeed.
Yes.
I mean, these big fans always fail, which is why I don't like big fans like that. And they often fail with the rotor just falling off and the bearing failing. So, like, that it's horrifying, but I'm also just not surprised based on the age of the case.
Sure, but it's the fact that it's still there.
Fan, that's a Bluetooth fan. Yeah. Right. Okay, let's go to there. And I shall migrate that. What is that I've just grabbed? Brio. Okay, lock that up. That's the one I want. Ah,
I thought you just punched right in on my face for a second there.
no.
Oh God, we have 3 8-gig modules and 1 4-gig module.
This is definitely one of those someone has just thrown in every RAM module they could find. Like, with 2 8s in there, you've got 16 gigs, my dude. You don't need any more than that. You have enough RAM. You don't need more. This is fine. And yeah, it's a 720 gig SSD, which Caradog was also like, what?
Windows Boot Manager. Yeah, it's just trying to boot from Windows Boot Manager.
Like, given the age of it, that thing must have cost a fortune when it was new. Although it tech last, I don't know what the hell brand that is.
Insert generic Asian.
Yeah, I think it's one of these Chinese jobbies.
Yeah.
Car boot RAM, yeah. What's up with the white box on top of the air cooler? This is the power. This is the driver for the LED strips, which look. Oh, it's an RGB. It's a remote control RGB one. So if I could find one of my RGB remotes, we might even be able to adjust that. It's just set to blue at the moment, but I might have a remote somewhere that can actually remote control this RGB. I'm not going to bother looking for it on stream though. It depends on the usage case. Some work can use as much. Do you think that someone is using this system for workstation stuff? Is my follow-up to that. So yeah. Oh yeah, yeah. Oh, that's the wrong one. Oh, there we go. We did post. Look that. That's the one I'm going to want to be able to pulse. There we go.
BIOS default.
Did you say they had two? They've got an SSD and a hard drive. There's a 2.5-inch hard drive as well.
There is a 3.5-inch
there was
hard
a
drive,
3.5.
a 2.5-inch hard drive, and an SSD.
Very well.
And it cannot boot off of the SSD. Fine.
Okay.
That doesn't mean that the Windows install is on the SSD.
Could be a UEFI boot. Is it worth dropping it into UEFI boot?
I have no idea. I am quickly checking.
Are you just going to check if it... Yeah, okay. Your point was in general, not specific to that PC. Well, yeah, fair enough. Yeah, I'm not saying that 16 gigs is enough for everyone kind of thing, no. It's just a case of, yeah, in a build of this era, 16 gigabytes was massive overkill. The 200mm on your Antec 900 still works. That's not bad. That's done well, if I'm honest.
Oh, there is a power button on the motherboard.
Yeah, it looks like the motherboard looks like it was top end in its day. It is an Extreme. It's an ASRock Extreme. It's an ASRock Z68 Extreme.
Yeah.
With digital VRMs. Thank you very much.
I misread it when it turned on and thought it said it was an X68. I was like, the hell is an X68?
Who knows?
Boop. That should just boot straight into 10 now. In theory.
Yeah, this is a good move. So we've plugged in our test SSD. So this should just boot and start Windows 10. So that would confirm that the system works. Although that Windows 10 is a UEFI install. So yeah. To BIOS. Extreme Gen 4 3S for Z68 were the good shit, says Chris S. Yeah. OC the Bad Boys 4.4 and you could probably do it for a lot. Yeah, that sounds interesting. Right, yep, you're up. Sold, it could be a bad SATA cable. Yeah. Yep, certainly not out of the question.
Huh.
Oh, God. PCI ROM priority. That's a weird phrasing.
Yeah.
It's seeing a Windows boot manager, though, so I think, yeah.
Interesting.
You know what, I would be very surprised if this isn't just purely a case of BIOS battery is low or flat and it's done a BIOS reset and dropped into legacy mode and is not booting his UEFI Windows install. That's my prediction.
Maybe.
We should probably check the status of the BIOS battery on that. That much being said, it's still not booting.
No.
Hello, Mr. Who. Hey there. UEFI, but no secure boot. Secure boot shouldn't matter in this instance.
I can't remember if I installed with it or not.
Yeah.
I don't think I would have done.
Hiren's boot, anyone? Yeah.
Oh, interesting.
We could try booting from just from a Windows 10 flash drive, because that'll have a legacy boot on it, so we can just see if it'll just boot something. But I don't know what that would prove, because it will probably start from a Windows 10 flash drive, and I don't think that actually proves anything.
Can you cycle?
There it is, yeah.
Oh, there you go. Because the SSD isn't even showing up, though.
Where's it getting that Windows Boot Manager from then?
Don't know.
Because, yeah.
Because it's not showing it as a SATA device
Yeah.
on either of them.
I thought Windows Boot Manager would only appear if there was actually a UEFI Windows install present.
Well, if I
Yeah.
do that then. Oh no.
Yeah, there it goes.
I was about to say I may have been too quick on that.
Excuse me. And it's up. Oh, yeah. No, it's still there. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's what I'm saying. Right, we know that that is working because the optical drive is showing.
Yeah.
So I'm going to do...
Plug the SSD into the optical drive cable. Yeah.
Yeah.
It'd be interesting if it is a bad SATA cable, because...
I've just used two different
used two different...
cables.
Okay, yeah. I was going to say... Because bad SATA cables, it's not unheard of, but it's really rare. Really rare.
Unless it's that SATA chain is not supplying any power.
That's a good theory.
That's possible.
Yeah, that's a very good theory. That the actual power chain is dead. Is it on the HDD and not the SSD? Well, we're currently booting from our test SSD that has a known good Windows install on it. So we're just looking... This should just start up Windows 10 right now. We know that there is a known good Windows 10 install on this. Stand by. We are not getting any output at the moment. Have we got any diagnostic LEDs?
We're on A6.
What was that, clear CMOS?
Yeah.
Chris S says, I need to get second gen forever tattooed on your chest. But then, like, 10 years people would be like, Zen Plus. All right, we have post.
There you go. Right, bus has been reset.
That sodding monitor, yeah.
There we go.
Ah, yes, we have an SSD detected.
I'm just going to change that to EFI.
Yeah.
And then go
Yeah,
F10.
so if you save and exit, that should now boot. So now what we'll do then is, if this works, we'll plug the customer's SSD in there and see if that boots the customer's Windows install. And yeah, it sounds like this probably just has a bad power supply chain on it then.
Baby.
I quite like that theory at the moment.
Yeah. I do want to take this out of the case,
Yeah.
rebuild it, put it back in the case, get rid of that.
Yes.
I'm not sure if this is the blistering speed of second gen.
Be careful, you'll offend Chris.
It's okay, I do that regularly.
Any progress on sponsors for the channel? Nothing recently. I haven't been pushing really hard. So yeah, there was nothing super duper lined up at the time. I was just putting the feelers out there just to prepare people, just so they knew that it was a possibility. So when it does happen, it's not a bombshell. So yeah.
Would
right.
you kindly?
Yeah, that looks like a nothing burger to me.
I'm just going to quickly swap the boot priority. And just see if that does anything. And then I'm going to move to disassembling the computer and replacing this power supply with that power supply.
Yeah, that's reasonable.
Boot.
Going to buy electricity and the sister's cat. Fair enough. GLHF.
You're buying your sister a cat. How very kind of you.
USB SSD to laptop. Not yet. Although I could do that while we're doing this, just to confirm that Windows is actually on that SSD. Because if we find that the SSD is blank, then that would be good to know. That does not want to boot, does it? It doesn't like a UEFI install, I don't think.
Okay. I think the other thing to look at is we'll see if there's BIOS updates.
Yeah.
Because given the state...
A BIOS update might fix its issue with UEFI Windows installs, because this definitely looks like it just doesn't like UEFI. Which
is
at this
slightly
point,
odd.
at this point, I don't think the customer has a UEFI Windows install, because if it defaults to generally speaking, a client's install of Windows will be whatever the motherboard defaults to, because it's very unlikely that the client has deliberately changed it. So at this point, it's reasonable to assume that the client's Windows install is legacy, in which case it's reasonable to assume this motherboard doesn't like UEFI because it's a very early UEFI board, and a BIOS update might fix that.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm going to quickly drop it back into...
I'm going to have a quick look and see what's on the customer's SSD just to confirm that there's actually a Windows install there, and I will find you a BIOS update as well. Where is my hard drive dock?
You can do it on the bench dock.
I could. I will do that in 3, 2, 1. Agreed.
Where are we? Oh.
What do you got?
I thought it said... Oh, it does say right there. Never mind. I thought it didn't say what the motherboard was, but then it did. And I was just being blind.
Check the BIOS battery. Yeah, I don't think the BIOS battery is causing us a problem, but I will quickly check that just as a curiosity.
Yeah.
Let me just grab the other thing.
Crunch. What is this? This is a Z68 Extreme for Z68 Extreme.
It's the VC99. The crowd goes wild.
Gen 3. Yes, one of them.
Is it? Oh,
that's
right, the
what it
board.
says.
Yeah, sorry. I thought you were talking about the CPU, and I was like, I thought we decided it was thing.
It is indeed thing. Support.
Oh.
BIOS.
Oh, balls. I think the batteries in this multimeter might be flat. CMOS battery is low, 2.98. Worth changing. I don't think it's causing us problems because we're booting, or we're posting rather. However, if this is a BIOS config issue, I can 100% believe it's because the BIOS battery is low. So yeah, because it's 2.98 in circuit, and that's, you should replace that, but I don't think that's going to be causing a fault.
I think, given that we have the technology, we should try the 2019 beta BIOS.
Sure.
Just because it mentions supporting UEFI.
Oh yeah, yeah.
And Windows 8.
Yeah. And I mean, if we brick it, we'll just flash it.
Exactly.
Yeah. Plus, it might even have a socketed BIOS at this age. Where's the BIOS chip on this guy? Do you want to... Hang on a sec. Swap places a moment.
Also, pen drive.
I'm going to switch to bench cam while we're having a look. Pen drive, stand by. Oh, I've forgotten what's on all of these sodding things. These are definitely okay for BIOSes. Huh. I'm amazed you catch that. I'm very impressed. Yes, so people can see what we're doing. Yeah, good. Okay. Right, yes. Where is our BIOS chip?
Get out of here.
It has a socketed BIOS chip, so if we do actually brick it, we are A-okay for reflashing.
2.2, 2.5. The 2.5. Are you certain this will read 120 gig pen drive?
Oh, no, hang on a sec. I've got a better one.
Please may I have a not 120 gig?
Yeah. For the record, I've not had any motherboards give me problems with trying to do BIOS updates from this. However, it's not a good start, no.
Ah, yes, this is not 128 gig.
I think it's only 32 gigs instead.
No, it's 4.
Oh, that's all right, yeah. The battery is up to 25.2 and it's drooped down to 350 milliamps. So
Excellent.
that is charged as far as we're concerned.
Yeah, basically.
Yeah, I'm gonna switch that. What I'll do. So that is at 25.2. I'll switch that off and we'll just leave it to rest and we'll see how much voltage it holds.
Yes. I want instant flash. Will instant flash? Very well. Erasing programming, verifying. Erasing programming, verifying.
Oh wow, that's yeah.
Erasing programming, verifying.
That's the oddest BIOS flash I've seen in a while.
Oh god, it tells you literally the specific addresses it's...
Yeah, that's interesting. It's doing very small blocks of it, isn't it? Like I have seen it where it does chunks of it at a time with erasing program verifying, but not that small.
Which scene do we want?
XR1.
Huh.
There we go. There's our BIOS flashing going. Let's see. What was I about to say? Oh, yeah.
There is an install on that SSD.
Cool. Yeah, we do have Windows on the SSD. That is confirmed. Also, for those of you who are curious, the power supply is a Thermaltake Tough Power XT.
875 watts.
Yeah, because people can see the wattage, but they just couldn't see the brand on it. So yeah, it's a Thermaltake Tough Power XT. It looks like it would have been top end in its day, but again, that power supply must be 15 years old. Oh no, 10 years old.
Second gen, 10 years old.
Yeah.
Maybe slightly more. Yeah, 10,
something
12.
like that.
Programming success.
Let's see. Martin says, please chat question. Previous overclocking failed many 15 times. BIOS did want OC. Okay, let me try that again. Oh, okay. Martin is deaf and wants me to chat my answer. It's hard to understand that question, if I'm honest.
Damn it, of course Chris is gone now. We require our page.
We're already at the default settings, but again, failed, I don't know. Let's see, I would check the, oh, Mark Smith, that's the wrong @. I would check the BIOS battery on that. Check or replace BIOS battery. That would be my guess off the top of my head.
Ta-da!
Aha!
We have a Windows boot.
That's a very successful BIOS update.
The beta BIOS has in fact enabled the update.
Very good.
And the booting.
Yeah. For the record, we've said here before, and I've said in videos before, don't use beta BIOSes. However, that is with an asterisk kind of thing, is don't use a beta BIOS unless it specifically has something that you need in it.
Yeah, and like this one specifically said Windows 8 support.
Yeah.
I was like, Windows 8 ticks almost all of the boxes for Windows 10.
Yeah, like on older motherboards like this, the beta BIOSes that are often available for them often had very late life features in them, like...
Yeah, it was a 2019 update.
Yeah, 2019, wow. Wow, something's just gone mental. That's the graphics card. Oh no! Let me just reinitialize the capture.
Ah.
Reinitializing capture, stand by. Oh no.
Oh.
The capture will not reinitialize. What resolution are we at?
I don't know. I'm about to change it.
Okay. Today we learned that the XR1 does not like 1024 by 768.
That's 1080p, apparently.
No, it's not.
Yeah, you might have to disable the capture.
Okay, hang on a sec. Deactivating capture.
Leave it off.
It is off.
Yeah, it has completely wet the bed. Very well. We will not capture for a moment.
Yeah.
I have a display, that's fine.
Okay, yes.
I very quickly just want to check hardware monitor.
Oh, yeah, fine, okay, yeah. I was going to say, because we could install the graphics drivers, which will probably solve this problem, but also we don't even care because we don't want to run from this SSD anyway.
No.
We want to plug in the customer's SSD. We're just getting curiosity data now.
That's fine, that's fine, that's fine, that's fine. I'm just quickly scanning all of the temperatures and just making sure they're not crazy. No, that's all fine. That's fine, that's fine, that's fine, that's fine. Yeah, none of the temperatures are ridiculous.
Very well.
It was only because this went to nuts. I just wanted to make sure that we didn't have like something that was going, everything is broken.
Everything is awful when you've got a thermal take. Ah, silence.
There you go.
You guys probably couldn't hear that fan so much, but...
There you go. Right, so that boot worked fine. I now need to eject you. Boop.
Martin, you have a multimeter, 3 volt normal. 3 point what? 3.0 is low. Your BIOS battery needs to be above 3.0. You want 3.1, 3.2, that kind of area.
You'll probably need to type that.
Can someone type that, please? I'm not doing a technical. Oh, we're good. We're good. It pushed it out of the way. I'm not doing a tech support session over text.
There you go.
Let's see. Where were we? Yeah. So beta BIOSes. Yeah. So quite often, old motherboards will have late stage beta BIOSes that add
Don't go to
things.
the capture.
Let's see. Go into capture. XR1.
No.
Activate.
Well, don't, because we don't know what's going to show up.
Oh, sorry. I thought you said go to capture.
Do not.
Do not. All right.
Yeah, there we go. See, we've got the same blinking.
Okay. So we're back on blinking cursor again.
Yeah, so I wonder if I need to set it back to legacy, because I changed it to EFI, PCI, what's it?
Okay. Yeah.
Oh boy, that's a small change.
Thank you, Marcel. And thank you, Ducani. Oh, yeah. Wow. Look at that. Hang on a sec. Look what our BIOS has become. That's the BIOS update. That's a massive UI update.
It's also much sharper.
Yeah. As I've been saying, so with beta BIOSes,
Oh boy, yeah.
beta BIOSes will often have late stage upgrades in them. So in this instance, this beta BIOS has significantly better UEFI support. Another common thing you might see in late end-of-life BIOS updates on motherboards are the ability to boot from M.2 devices and stuff like that. Like first gen X99, was there an X199?
No.
Yeah, so first gen, like X99 and some first gen X299 boards often had M.2 slots but could not boot from them. And later BIOS updates added the ability to boot from M.2 drives and things like that. But that was often in the beta BIOS. So there are some instances where you would want a beta BIOS. So yeah, 4th gen NVMe BIOS updates, exactly that. So
Do we have another computer we can try booting this SSD?
sure, let me think. We could grab one of the demo PCs. I think that's all I've got that I know will work at the moment. I need a test bench set up in here. Yeah, shall I just
Because I have no idea what's going on.
yeah,
with
shall I
this
just
now.
grab the NZXT and we'll see if that can boot it?
Yeah.
Yeah, that is that's Ryzen. That's not going to have an issue, is it?
I mean, it shouldn't do.
Yeah. Yeah, although we still don't know what version of Windows is on here. Man, I wish there was an easy way of being able to tell what version of Windows was on an SSD by looking at the contents of it. But to my knowledge, there's no easy way of telling. Apart from when it's like XP and it's got like a documents and settings folder on it. Okay, I'll go and get the NZXT.
New B3 stepping chipset adopted. SATA problem fixed.
I hate it when my SATA has problems.
Yeah. Fine. No, we're not getting anywhere. We are very much not getting anywhere.
Boot Windows Flash in UEFI. Still booting in legacy mode. Well, we've tried it in UEFI and in legacy mode.
Yeah.
and we have successfully booted a UEFI SSD. So we know that UEFI booting now works, and legacy boot will work because it always does on an old motherboard. So yeah, we've just done a clear CMOS, so we'll try that. If that doesn't work, we'll see if we can make this SSD boot in this. Although, I mean, it might just be that just the boot sector's screwed on that SSD and it needs a fixed boot. In fact, I'm tempted to move to that before we plug it into this, is just stick in a Windows 10 flash drive and do fixed boot. Can't you enable subtitles for Martin? I don't know. I don't know if the Windows, if the YouTube stream has subtitles.
God knows what's going on with that. But fine.
Yeah, I don't know if you can have subtitles on a live stream. Hang on a sec. I'll have a quick look to see if I can do anything about that. Stand by. Let me just switch back to here. I'll just see if I can do anything about that, because
which is a Windows 10 flash drive?
the staff one. Right. I'll have a quick look. Let's see. Edit stream settings, customization.
We're probably not going to be able to turn it on whilst we're streaming.
I'm fairly certain you can't have subtitles on a live stream. Message delay. No. I have no settings for that, I'm afraid. Monetization. Nope. No, I'm sorry, I can't do subtitles on a live stream. Unless anyone, if anyone can tell me specifically otherwise how to enable that, I can try to switch that on. But yeah, Marcel says yeah, yeah. I don't think it's possible. If I'm honest, sorry. Okay. I try to enable accessibility where I can, but if it doesn't make it available to me, there's nothing I can do, I'm afraid. Yeah, and lip reading on these cameras, yeah, sorry, I wouldn't bet on it. There are subtitles before and after consuming cider, yeah. Okay, right. Where are we up to? Are we booting from Windows 10? Yeah. Put this down here. All right. Let's get that back up.
If it's not a Windows 10 install, it will not affect the actual user data, though, will it? There is no risk to user data by doing this.
No.
Then, fine. However...
Yeah. We're sitting on Windows 10 boot screen with no spinner. Are we in Legacy or... Oh, there it goes. Are we in Legacy or UEFI?
We're in clear CMOS boot from pen drive.
Okay, that's going to be Legacy then.
Yeah.
Yeah, fine. Okay. All right, so if you do a Shift F10 and do... start with C:. Let's find the boot drive. dir. Right, yes. That's our SSD because it's not the flash drive. So let's do boot rec, boot rec, space / fix mbr, enter. Cool. And then do just do cursor up, and then do fix boot. Access denied. Okay.
If I remember correctly, to do this, you need to delete the or format the partition and then fix boot it.
Agreed. I think that's correct. The fix MBR might have been enough. So there's one more thing we'll quickly try to. So even though some of these fail, there are ways around it. I'm aware of that. I'm taking the low-hanging fruit first, just to see if that's enough, because sometimes it is. So now do boot rec. Scan OS / scan OS. If it finds the Windows install, then that means we're probably on for a winner. Whereas if it says there are no Windows installs, excellent. Yep. Cool. Okay. How do we add it again? To add all? Okay. Do fix boot / rebuild BCD.
Fix boot is not a
Oh,
recognised...
sorry, bootrec / rebuild BCD. Yep, sorry.
Sorry, what? Boot rack.
Yes, yeah, which is boot recovery. Yeah, there we go. So rebuild BCD is scan OS and then just add anything that you can find.
The requested system device cannot be found.
Okay, that's not a good sign. Okay, so I think we're probably going to have to clear the system partition and then rebuild the BCD. I'm really bad at this, but firstly, before we go, we'll view the partitions just to verify that everything looks correct, and then we'll just see if the fix MBR did it, because now and then you get lucky.
Oh, no, hold on.
Yeah.
I need to...
List disk, yeah, you're right.
And then, yeah.
Cell disk 0, and then list part.
Oops.
That looks correct. Yeah, we've got a...
I completely misread that. I thought it said we had a 16 megabyte reserved and a 16 megabyte primary.
Oh, yeah,
It's not. It's a 670 gigabyte.
Yeah, however, it should be 100 megs for the system partition, so that looks weird. The boot partition might be on one of the hard drives, which might be why we're having problems. So what we should do now is, firstly, I'm going to restart it and just see if the fix MBR did it, because you do get lucky now and then. If not, I think we should plug in the other drives and see if it boots.
That's not how you spell exit. There you go.
Yeah. And let's see. Yeah, chat agrees with me. That's not a UEFI install.
Should we... I mean, because we've got the time to, should we not just snapshot the SSD, reinstall to the SSD, copy the partition across?
We could do that, yeah. Yeah, we could do that.
Because it also allows us to verify whether the SSD is failing.
Yeah. Also, hello, Floorlamp. Floorlamp says fixing MBR errors hasn't been a thing for so long. Yeah, okay. I've gotten lucky with it in recent history, but then on the other hand, maybe it was a really old computer when I got lucky with it.
No.
Yeah, no, I didn't think so. Yeah, fair enough.
I think we should snapshot the SSD because that also allows us to verify it.
Let's see. On the Windows partition, it's one command. Which command would you do here? However, I do agree we should move to snapshot because we have customer data here.
Yeah.
So, okay, right. Here's an idea. I plug this in, start snapshotting it, and we connect up that Dyson battery and see if anything is, and see what the voltage is doing.
Yeah.
Because that keeps us going, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Cool.
Absolutely.
All right. I will unplug this. Right, we're going to switch back to the Dyson for a sec while I back up this SSD before we go any further with it.
There you go. I will just drop that down here.
Whoop. I'm getting walled in by terrible towers. There we go. There you go.
It's your fault you bought the
NZXT, yeah. Right. Backup disk to file.
Indeed.
Oh, incidentally, that 16 megabyte partition is raw, according to this PC. So that doesn't bode well. Right. Backups. Antec Tower. Disk.sna? That's what I typed in. Fine. Be that one. What on earth is happening here?
Are you having a moment because you have currently written $disk, $disk, $disk?
Shush. Why is it? Why? It's doing that. Oh, it's because I'm doing a differential image. That's why it's being snotty with me. I don't want differential. There we go. I had it on differential because I was doing a differential backup on another drive. So differential was selected and it was throwing off all the file naming.
The answer is...
Ugh. The answer is no. Okay. Well, is it holding any voltage though?
Yes.
Do those probes fit?
Doing that.
Ah, they do fit, yeah. 23. That has sagged from 25 though. So yeah, the battery's shagged because that should have been holding 25 volts. Like if it had dropped if it had dropped like 0.2 volts, I'd be like, okay, it relaxed. However, that's dropped 2 volts after resting for 10 minutes. So yeah, the battery is shagged. That's the bottom line, isn't it? So that's a very boring outcome to this, but it also means that all I need to do is buy a new battery and that thing will be fine.
Yeah.
So yeah. So I guess we could hit up the Dyson website and go, look, you can buy a new battery. It's actually very reasonably priced. Or it might not be reasonably priced, in which case I'll be like, well, screw you, Dyson.
Indeed.
Very well. Okay. I'm going to have a quick look through the chat. More I see that orange SSD, the more you need it in your Plex server. Understandable. Raw means mega issues. Maybe, I don't know, because where it's a legacy install, I don't think it's going to have any boot data on that partition. I can't remember what that 16 megabyte partition is for on a legacy install. So yeah, Dyson looks like a device from the Ghostbusters movie. Don't all vacuum cleaners? Let's see. Can you buy battery cells and fix this battery pack? Yes and no. Yes, I could buy cells and attempt to fix it. However,
have fun taking the case apart.
Yeah, it's going to be a nightmare to take apart. It's not. It's unless that battery is like £100, it's not worth doing. And even then, I'd probably pay £100 for a new battery because a new Dyson is £300. And B, well, some battery management systems are dicks, and the moment you disconnect any of the cells, the BMS will just lock up permanently. I don't think that's the case with this one because we've managed to recover it.
To at least responding in some fashion.
Yeah, I think the BMS has not locked because after being force charged, it is now outputting power. However, the way that the voltage on it has drooped after resting clearly shows that the battery is failing. So yeah. And I think the BMS has locked in some way because I think it's detecting that one of the cells is severely down on power. So yeah, it's probably repairable. Is it worth repairing though? No, I don't think so.
But we'll have a look and see. Basically, we'll see what the cost of a replacement one is.
Yeah, that's true.
As you said, if a replacement was £200,
yeah, it's probably just got a row of 18650s in it, looking at the shape of it.
Yeah. 21, 41, 41 is written on there. So I don't know if that's a cell size. 41.
That would be realistic, about 2100 milliamp hour cells.
2100 milliamp hour cells being 21, 41, 41.
Yeah.
Just because it says battery pack, 6 cell, 21, 41, 41.
Yeah.
And then it says that capacity.
Yeah, they've rounded the capacity, yeah.
Yeah.
But yeah, 2100 milliamp hour cells, that's not particularly exotic for an 18650. So that's entirely plausible. Because you can get 18650s up to 3 amp hours.
Yeah.
You know, you're going to have to. You're going to need to buy Samsungs for that, but you know they exist. Yeah. Just ask the vape crowd. But yeah, interesting. Okay then. Right. What are we doing? Because I'm entirely forgotten. Are we going to try and find a new battery?
You are looking at the Dyson website.
Okay, we're going to look at the Dyson website. Do you know where do I go for parts? The Dyson website, I assume.
Yes.
Batteries around 35 to 55. Very well. Let's look at the Dyson website first.
I mean, I would, to be honest, you can probably just go eBay SV06 battery, and it will give you a part number.
Yeah. Okay. Right. Stand by. Let's do desktop capture.
I will be
eBay.
A moment.
Understandable. eBay.co.uk. Right. SV06 battery. SV06 battery. Decline all of your cookies. Oh, look at that. Yeah.
I will consume your cookies.
Loads of replacement ones on eBay. Have they got any genuine ones? Let me try genuine. Or original actually might be the time. Pre-owned. No.
Yeah, but have a look at that.
Yeah. Well, I was just looking.
Because there should be a model number
Yeah,
the
that's true.
listing.
I was just looking to see how much an actual genuine new one was on eBay as a basis of comparison.
There
Just
we go. That's
yeah,
the number you'll want to search for.
yeah.
967. What's it? You'll probably have to go into the listing.
eBay. All right, that's our part number. Yeah, because the first thing I want to know is how much does eBay have it for? Because it's always interesting to see. Because if the eBay listing is basically the same price as the Dyson website, I would just buy it from eBay because I have an account there.
Yeah, it was basically the same cost
Yeah.
for the stuff I was looking for.
70,
Yeah.
64. Yeah. So 60 to 70 on eBay seems to be the going rate. There's the charger in case I've lost mine, which it's entirely possible that I have. Pre-owned, pre-owned, pre-owned. I wouldn't trust the third-party ones because they'll have really garbage cells in them.
Yeah, probably.
So yeah. Also 6 amp hours.
That cannot be true.
That's just it. Like this says it's a 6 amp hour cell battery, and that makes no sense based on the spec of the battery.
It could be, but it would obviously need to be twice the thickness for a second row.
Yeah, exactly. It'd have to be a completely different makeup. Because that's it. It's a 6-cell.
It'd have to be 6S2P.
Yeah, it's a 6-cell battery.
Would you like this to be? Would you like this path to be created?
Oh,
yes, I would like this path to be created.
Yes, please. Yeah, because they sure as hell don't have 6 amp hour cells in there because they don't exist. So that's just classic eBay, isn't it? Here's my 100 amp hour power bank that fits in the palm of my hand. Huh?
It was just the fact that it was going exceedingly quickly. But no.
Yeah.
It didn't. It looked like it was about to go da 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 da.
Okay.
Complete. And I was just like, oh.
Very well. Right. Dyson, one of those. Battery shop, Sussex, Amazon. Oh, hello, Amazon. Sure. Dyson.co.uk. Replacement V6 vacuum battery. Right. Before we 65.
Yeah. Basically the same price as eBay.
Okay, what does Amazon say? Oh, hang on a sec, I've clicked on the wrong thing. Yup.
Amazon says, here are all these batteries that aren't actually the thing you looked for.
Oh my god, cookies, sod off. There we go, right. Replacement, battery 4, power extra, lab tech, 360-degree view.
Whee!
See, that one says 4 amp hour as well. I mean, are we honestly believing that? I mean, 4 amp hour is almost realistic if they've got flat cells in, but looking at why wouldn't they have 18650s in there? I still think they're fibbing, yeah.
You wouldn't be able to get the flat cells to the required voltage.
No, because you'd still have to have 6 flat cells in there, or you could have 2 rows of 3. But then even then, they're not going to be 4 amp hour in that size.
But then they wouldn't be able to be 4 amp hour.
Yeah, because they would be like that big.
Yeah.
Yeah. So no, that has to be lying. There's no way that you can make a 4 amp hour cell that battery that big.
Yeah. You might be able to get like 3.2.
This one says 3 amp hour, so that is a 3 amp hour quote unquote real capacity. What? So the other one isn't real? I'm curious to that now. This is the same brand. Does this one say real capacity? It doesn't.
Yeah.
So, like, their other battery is advertised as real capacity. Like, is that just saying all our other ones are lying?
Probably.
Like, this is what baffles me about buying batteries these days. Is just everyone is lying, and I'm like, why can't you just tell me what it is? Because the average person has no idea.
Yeah.
The average person doesn't know how you judge if a battery capacity is realistic or not. So you can say it's whatever you like.
Yeah, I don't like how fast that backed up.
It's an SSD, and it's probably only got 80 gigs of data on it, maybe. I mean, how much store? Go to this PC.
Total written 5.120 megabytes.
That sounds concerning. How much is on the thing? Go to this PC.
I mean, the partition apparently has The actual drive apparently has like a couple of gigs.
Oh, that ain't a Windows install then. It's a broken Windows install.
Oh, it's climbing. It's at 12 and climbing now.
What's the usage in this PC?
10.
Yeah, so
It's
it's 10
10,
gigs. Yeah.
but it's 13 when you actually poll the files.
What?
Yeah. And apparently Snapshot backed up 5.1 megabytes.
Oh, sorry everyone. That was not my intent. Sorry.
What the hell was that?
I just decided to fall into the abyss for a moment there.
What even was that? How did that occur?
We were on desktop capture to capture the eBay view, and then I clicked on OBS preview, so it was capturing the preview.
Oh,
but
right.
because we're on, Caradog has brought Henry Weston's vintage, so this is 8.2%. So that's my excuse. Yeah.
You're less than halfway through the bottle.
I'm a lightweight. We know this. This is not a secret. This stuff destroys me. Where were we? Okay, I'm going to catch up on the chat for a sec. You've had the Dyson batteries apart. They are indeed 18650s. Yeah, that makes sense. So yeah, Winston Wolf also saying, oh, you know, fake things. So yeah, could be using 21700. No, the battery's not big enough to have 21700s in them. I mean, well, the calipers will answer. Did you have those calipers to hand? I saw you holding the calipers. Oh, they're over there. Hang on a sec. Yeah. Just for posterity, I'm just going to ascertain that this battery pack is 18650 long. Uh, 75 mil. So if you bring that down a bit, that's going to be 650 would be there.
Oh, there's a Windows install on this
yes,
hard drive.
it has 18650s in it. So yeah. There's Windows install on the hard drive as well. Awesome.
Yes.
And by awesome, I mean, oh no. Okay. I think we're going to back up everything that the customer has there and do a clean Windows install.
Yes.
Because even if we find a Windows install that works, it's going to be wrong, basically. And we could probably, like, I mean, it is possible to fix this, because if we can find a Windows install that boots, we can image that onto the SSD and fix.
That makes more sense.
And fix moving forward. That looks like a UEFI install because it's got the extra partitions there.
One of them is raw.
Okay.
One of them is FAT32.
What's the first one?
FAT32.
100 megs.
Yes, 100 megs, FAT32, EFI system partition.
Okay, that's probably a working Windows install. There might be some mileage in trying to boot that out of curiosity. Because if we can,
do you want to do that now?
Back it up first. We should be backing up all the user data before we do all of this. So yeah, we'll back it all up first.
What's the actual directory? The backups.
Yeah, although that drive looks suspiciously empty as well. Looking at this PC.
The backups. Antec Tower.
I'm going to carry on reading chat. Do you have a recommendation or a go-to third-party battery supplier? For batteries, I like Ninja Bat. However, I think they're Europe only or UK only. My second choice is Green Cell. However, I think they're also Euro only. If you're in America or outside of Europe, I'm not sure, if I'm honest. However, Ninja Bat, I've never had a bad one. And Green Cell, I've only had one, maybe two faulties. And all the rest of them have been solid.
Will Snapshot overwrite files in a directory without asking?
Yes.
Oops. It's overwriting the SSD backup then.
Yeah, we'll have to redo the SSD backup.
That's fine. I went, oh no, and I was about to copy the files, but then I noticed all of the files were timestamped right now.
Yes. Yeah, that's fine. We'll redo the SSD backup. That took all of 5 minutes. So
yeah, but it was just a fact there. But yeah, that's fine.
No problemo.
That's fine. The other thing we should do is stick one of those 4 terabytes in there.
Yes. I don't know. Yeah, that computer's got room for 2. Yeah. I don't know why I haven't, if I'm honest.
Because you keep complaining about it being slow.
Yeah, those WD greens are horrifyingly slow. Because
Then you literally go drag drop backup folder.
Yeah.
Back up to WD red.
Yeah, I should use it as a secondary backup. Sorry, I should use it as the overflow backup. So I can have more than a month's worth of backups. Because what I normally do is every time the red is full, I just delete everything older than a month.
Yeah.
So yeah.
I also don't like how quickly that backed up.
Yeah. Again, this PC, how much is in use on there? What's the reported usage? Because that's a good indicator.
0.1 of a terabyte.
So 100 gigs.
10 gigs?
Okay.
Something very inconsequential.
Something that it does not look like a realistic consumption on a drive. Yeah. Like, we're looking for these things to have like 50 gigs worth of data on. That's the size of a Windows install, 50 gigabytes.
Yeah,
which is
that, yeah.
the Windows system files, some program files, and a little bit of user data. That's
I
what
wonder
we're
if all of the
expecting.
user data's on here.
It could be, yeah. I mean, the 2.5-inch hard drive, that's out of a MacBook. That's some recovered drive from somewhere.
Yeah.
So, yeah. Well...
I wonder if that's why it's all broken.
Yeah.
Because someone was effectively trying to hide their data from someone.
Oh, God knows. God knows. So,
yeah. We're looking at, like, maybe 11 gig.
Yeah.
12 gig sort of thing.
Well, that's done. So if you pop that one out and we'll plug in the 2.5-inch and we'll see what's on there for posterity.
Yeah, I will do in 2 secs. I will, before all of that...
Oh, redo the 2.5. Yeah.
I will shuffle the backups.
Right, let's see.
Right.
Okay, right. I'm going back to the things. Right. Battery Shop Sussex mentions that 4 amp hour are telling fibs. Yep, absolutely. Absolutely. Cider induced fail. Yes. Scrolling.
Right, there you go. That's done. This is backed up and therefore safe. The SSD is there.
The Ninja 10 plus gigabytes is the Windows side-by-side folder consuming hidden space. That makes sense. That can be why the reporting is slightly different. I generally go on whatever this PC is reporting, because even though that might not be precise because of permissions, again, we're looking
for order of magnitude.
Yeah, exactly. I'm looking for orders of magnitude here. If I plug in a drive where I'm expecting to find a Windows installation and there's 5 gigs of data there, I know that something is wrong. If we plug in a drive where we're expecting to find a Windows install and there's somewhere between 50 and 100 gigs, we know that that looks like a legitimate Windows install that probably works, kind of thing.
Snapshot will make a functioning image of macOS, won't it?
Yes, Snapshot can image macOS drives. I haven't done it in a long time. I don't know if it can do it with APFS drives.
You won't have APFS on a December 2013 hard drive.
I don't think we're going to have macOS on that hard drive either.
No, but...
Yeah. So, yeah. But, yeah, Snapshot is able to image HFS plus drives, but I've not tried it on anything modern in a while. So, yeah. Lots of folks, on the iMac video that I released this week, lots of folks were like, oh, you didn't image the drive. And I'm like, no, because Data Migration Assistant negates the requirement for that, in my opinion. So, yeah. And also, Struder says, do keep customer data long-term? As I say, about a month. Basically about a month is how long I keep customer data.
Which may upgrade to about a month and a half, 2 months.
Yeah, it's a month or until I run out of data, whatever happens first. Whenever talking to customers, I very much say to customers, I'm not responsible for your data. We do not hold your data other than just to back up and restore kind of thing. And do not rely on us for your backups kind of thing. Like, because I've had people who have where I've transferred their data or something like that, and they've come back like 2 weeks later and been like, "Oh, I accidentally deleted all of my data. Could you restore it from your backup?" And I've been like, "I don't have your backup anymore. I'm not your backup service. No, I don't have your data anymore. You should have taken your own backup, you idiot." And that has actually occurred. Very, very rare, but it does happen. But yeah, I keep customer data for approximately a month. And then obviously, as per all the other rules, if a customer says, "Do not keep my data" or "delete my data," it gets deleted on demand, kind of thing. So yeah. And yeah, a month is normally the amount of time it takes for any potential issues to arise. If there hasn't been a problem within a month, it's normally safe for me to assume that everything is fine, basically. So yeah.
Huh.
That's why you sell a backup solution. I wouldn't want to sell a backup solution. I mean, I suppose by a backup solution, you could say we sell them a backup hard drive and set it up for them. That's legitimate, yeah. And I probably should do that. What have you found?
I have found there is nothing on the hard drive.
What is that? It's free. Oh yeah, there are no
Apparently
partitions.
free.
Okay. I wonder if that's just a drive they acquired and they plugged it in thinking it would just work.
If there were data on there, Windows would say that there was something, even if it was macOS formatted, yeah?
I believe that macOS drives will appear in Windows as a raw partition. It would not say
appearing
free.
free,
Yeah.
it is genuinely free.
Yeah, free is there are no partitions on this drive. So yeah, I believe macOS partitions appear as raw because does anyone actually know what raw is? Because raw is something.
Yes.
Raw is just unrecognized data, as far as I'm concerned. That's how I interpret raw. Is there is some data here, but we do not understand it. That's how I interpret a raw partition. You had a customer last week that after 2 years came in and said... You had a customer last week that after 2 years came in and said that one of his emails were missing and wanted it restored. Oh no. No, I've not kept your data for 2 years. Yeah, just...
If you came in the next day, possibly,
Yeah.
maybe,
Yeah.
there is an outside chance.
Yeah. Do we use any software for managing customer repair tracking? A spreadsheet, if I'm honest. RAW isn't unformatted. Maybe because it can be, because if Windows sees a format that it doesn't recognize, it may interpret that as unformatted because it doesn't recognize the format. So yeah, it's hard to give a straight answer to that. Chris Mole, or Mule, sorry if I'm mispronouncing that. Thank you very much for the £10 super chat. Caradog, your use of subjunctive is absolutely correct. Did you say the word subjunctive?
No.
What is subjunctive? Because someone else referenced that and challenged it.
My use of English.
Okay.
I don't know specifically the context. I cannot recall the context
Very
in
well.
which it was used. If someone happens to be able to recall the context in which I used...
I'm going to roll back and find that because someone paid £10 to shout this out. So I'm going to see if I can do something about that.
What are we doing with this Antec tower? Are we going to pull it out?
What's the
Because
time
we need
run?
to find out why 2 of the SATA cables don't work.
Yes, I agree with that. We've resolved... Okay, so the Dyson needs a new battery. I'm going to go find a new battery for it. You guys don't need to watch me do that. Let's get the Antec up on the bench and find out why 2 of the SATA cables don't appear to work.
Yes, also, we appear to have found that there is no data.
Yeah, it looks like all of the data is screwed. I will have a look at these.
Yeah.
I'll drill into the user folders on this later, see if there's anything there. But it looks like the resolution from a software perspective to this is going to be put in the best drives, reinstall Windows. However, we still have we still are not detecting drives, so we want to find out if those are busted SATA cables, busted power cables, or what. So let's get back to hardware and find out why it's not detecting drives in certain places.
Pull you out.
Right.
Pull you out.
Subjunctive.
Pull. Ah!
All right. No, it was Chris Mole again. Love the subjunctive there. Okay. Someone needs to... Okay. Oh, subjunctive is if I were to. Very well. Very well.
Oh, it's modular. I hadn't particularly paid attention to the fact that this thermaltake is modular.
That would... yeah, like... Oh, that camera's not pointing in any useful direction.
This is the floor.
Behold the floor. Yeah. Yes, that's actually quite impressive for its age, that it's modular.
This.
Behold. Very well. What's up, Dale? How's it going? You're joining late. Is it worth starting from the beginning?
Why are you floppy?
That needs to be done up. There we go. I hate it when my joints are floppy.
It's better than them being stiff and being unable to stand. I would like to stand up now. Maybe not. Power supply, please.
Will we remove the naked fan?
Yes.
Yes. Cool. Right. We're going to jump onto. So we're plugging in. We're plugging in a spare power supply, and we're going to see if that brings all of the other SATA cables to life, because that would confirm that one of the SATA chains of this power supply is not working. Sometimes that can be a modular cable. The actual modular cables themselves can be faulty. I have seen it more than once, where a chain does not work. And if you swap the chain out for a different chain on the same port of the power supply, you will then solve the problem. I've seen that more than once. It is a thing.
It could also just not be plugged in properly.
It could be, yeah.
But to be honest, I thought I'd go...
plugged in. However, yeah, I think plugging in a different power supply and ascertaining whether it's a fault with the motherboard or the power supply is definitely a good place to start. Ice cream van's come around. Anyone for a 99? No, because it will cost $5.99. Probably. You thought raw is there is data on the drive, but it's not in any identifiable structure. Because if a RAID array fails to raw, yeah. Yes.
Come off.
I think we're in agreement, Martin Baker. Raw is there is data present, but it's not in a recognised format.
Right. That should...
where's the Dyson, or has the stream been mislabeled? We're done with the Dyson. We've already done the Dyson. We've determined that the battery is knackered. However, the battery is actually a lot easier to replace than we expected, and we are going to get a new battery. We did various testing on the battery, and our guess is that there is a bad cell in the battery because it does charge from a bench power supply. However, the voltage has sagged while resting, which is
within a few minutes.
And that is indicative that there is a bad cell in the battery, or all the cells are bad, either one. However, if you charge up a battery and leave it for 10 minutes, it should still be at maximum voltage. But this one sagged by 2 volts while resting, which is not a good sign.
Oops.
It's the red strip on the GPU electric tape. No, it's plastic trim. I misread that as speed tape then. Makes it go faster.
There are no boot devices.
Have we just... maybe the SATA controller is goosed. What are we plugged into? The main SATA controller,
there.
yeah.
Yeah. There are...
well, better perform... hang on a sec. Right, 4, 5, 2, 3. Yeah, there are 2 SATA controllers here. Probably a 6 gig and a 3 gig controller. We're all...
Yeah, that went straight into...
Is that recognised?
No boot device either.
No boot device either, yeah. Okay, so it's probably not the power supply then. It's something to do all with the SATA ports.
Yes, I'm going to move to just stripping the build.
Okay.
To be honest. Because there is...
This, yeah. Okay. Do you want to turn it 90 degrees clockwise and we'll set up for an actual strip?
Did you just break the chair?
One of the bolts fell out the chair. I resent your implication of fault there. Where did I put the toolkit? There.
It wasn't an implication of fault.
Yes, it was. You said, did you break the chair?
No, it wasn't. It wasn't an implication. It was a full-on accusation.
Where's the big boy? There's the big boy screwdriver.
There was no subtlety whatsoever.
How very dare you? Is this entertainment? Right.
Let me
Are you not entertained?
entertain you.
Okay, let's see. Oh, yes, the strip cam. Welcome back, Chris. All right. If you tilt the camera back, you can get a lot more visibility without having to push away. Yeah, get the PC when you want, where you want, and then line up the camera.
I want to be here then. Or otherwise I'm sitting on you.
Ooh. There we go, as that. Whew. All right.
Also, I'd like to know why we're not using the top PCIe slot. I guess it's because of this.
Is the top PCI slot an actual PCIe not E slot?
This one.
Oh, that one up there. Oh, yeah.
This
oh, yeah,
one.
we are halfway down. Yeah.
The-
It looks like it's a bit too close to the CPU cooler.
I mean, it would be with this in this orientation.
Yeah,
yes,
I wonder if the
absolutely.
CPU cooler will rotate, yeah.
Yes. May I have the big yellow one? Yes.
Right, Caradog's gone to get the big yellow one. I'm going to fix the chair. Once again, we bought cheap chairs, and unsurprisingly, they're not very good.
At least they don't squeak.
Yes, admittedly, they don't squeak in failure, which is an improvement. I don't mind tightening up bolts. What I do mind is chairs that squeak.
Ba, 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 ba. The other thing that would be quite nice is if we can end up with the drives actually mounted in the cages.
Yeah, they will probably taken out of the cages while troubleshooting. I don't know how much troubleshooting the client has already done on this.
Oh, that slides.
You never really know.
Ah, I see someone has taken my enlightened advice. They have removed the clip from the PCIe slot. What even is this? This is a...
HD 7850.
No. A GTX 660.
What, that's NVIDIA, are you sure?
GTX 660.
All right. The port layout looks like an AMD port layout to me.
GTX 660.
All right, all right, I believe you.
3GD5 2 display. It's got 2 display. What are you on about? That's not 2 display.
Maybe it supports 2 displays. Because don't forget, the older cards, they had multiple outputs, but you could only have like a couple of them connected at a time. Just because you had 4 outputs on your graphics card doesn't mean you could drive 4 displays.
Yeah, that was NVIDIA telling you to get bent. Buy our Quadro cards if you want 3 displays or more.
Yeah, true that.
It was for no other reason.
Yeah. Blue thread locker.
Oh.
That's not a bad idea, actually, DP. I'll get back to you on that.
I didn't expect it to do that, that's all. I just thought this would be a connector.
It's supposed to be.
Have a box.
Thanks. Not a fake card from eBay. Nah, it's all right. Ooh. Okay. What's the problem with the patient on the desk, Dr. Graham? So this came in as a no boot. And we have
Deduced there's nothing to boot.
Yeah, quite honest. Well, no, we found more than one problem because it's not detecting drives either. It has a multitude of problems, which are probably all boiling down to the fact that it's archaic. And it's just, yeah, it just needs a rebuild. However, the issues that we've got are We've got 2 hard drives and an SSD, and none of them look like they have a functional Windows install on them. We've got 2 broken installs and a raw partition. No, 2 broken installs and no partitions. Then the system does not detect drives connected to any of the lower SATA cables. It will only detect them if they're connected to the same port as the DVD drive. And then lastly, it was on a very old BIOS version, which didn't have very good UEFI support.
Right.
That seems to be going well.
Yes, but I need to undo it from the rear.
Okay.
Which will mean I'll hit the camera.
I don't understand.
Because this will need to go.
Okay, I understand.
This will hit the camera.
Yes. We're going for a Dutch angle here. I'm not fixing it.
We're increasing tension by the use of our cinematic technique.
Mm-hmm. This is an action shot now.
Ha!
Oh, spam hammer go bam. Stand by, fixing it. Hide user on this channel. It's always after we've been going for more than 2 hours. There we go.
Stay.
Thanks, folks. Let's see.
Oh boy.
Leon is watching us on GTX 660. Oh, good. A stack of Molex connectors, my favorite. 2 stacks of Molex connectors, my favorite. Daisy chain DPS connectors. Interesting.
What? Are you okay there, Thermal Take? Thermal Take?
Yes, thermal
take. No. That one. Where does that... Oh. Oh.
Are you going on a magical adventure? You're doing that thing where you go, oh, and you laugh a lot, but you don't actually explain what you're seeing.
So, there is a pot.
A potentiometer.
So, it's a 3-pin fan header, and this going all the way around into this, which is for that.
Sure. Oh, wow. Okay, yeah.
So, the fan header goes to the motherboard. Then there's a separate twiddly dial.
Sure.
For setting the speed.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, that'll happen.
This is unnecessary. Thermal Take. This was unnecessary.
Chris set off the fire alarm, which was also unnecessary.
Damn it, Chris.
So, yeah. Time to get yourself a moderator. We have, but yeah, Chris is incompetent and sets off the fire alarms. And also Spud Nugget only shows up when he feels like it. I appreciate you both. Love you. Liam in Wales says, I miss DVI.
But why?
I liked DVI, but HDMI has just superseded it in every possible way, hasn't it?
Or you could be correct.
Yeah, well, I mean, in its day. I think
just use DisplayPort.
True. Yeah.
But no, it is
Although
true.
HDMI 2.1 is superior to DisplayPort at the moment, isn't it?
Yeah.
Because we need a new DisplayPort. Oh, gross. There's gross. Can you turn that to face the bench cam? Okay, it was fine, and then you ruined it. Okay, there we go. You ruined it, and I'm leaving. We have a spliced barrel jack, everyone, going into the RGB controller. So that's cool.
But see where the end of it goes. Look at where the tail ends up.
So that's going into the fan.
Yeah. So
they're jumping the RGB power off of that fan. That goes back to the block of Molex connectors. I mean, it's a 12-volt source, I guess. Do you reckon that's just twisted and tied in there?
Probably.
Should we find out, or should we leave it alone? Because then we'll have to fix it properly.
Both.
Well, we have to pick one or the other.
We have to fix it properly.
Yeah, I guess. All right. Spammers didn't get the hint. Where? Oh, okay. I scrolled off the thing quick enough. There we go. Chris S. got that one. Chris says, I'm always here except when my house is on fire. Understandable, have a nice day. All right, I'm going to undo the twisted and taped. Here we go. Place your bets, everyone. Is it responsibly attached or is it twist and taped? Oh, this is... Yeah. Sticky electrical tape. I hate it. I hate electrical tape. If you need electrical tape, you're doing something wrong, is my opinion. I'm seeing bare wire. It's not even twisted, it's just taped. Oh, I need some cutters. Stand by.
Oh no.
What have you found?
I just realised why there's 3 Molex over here. It's for the front. It's for the front fans.
Yeah. Yeah, fans are all Molex. Oh, there is some twisting involved. When I cut with this, there's enough resistance where I'm not sure if I'm cutting through 10 layers of electrical tape or metal. Please, just. There we go. Okay, it is twisted in its defense. This is a very dark view. Apologies, everyone. Where's my phone so I can...
I think there's also a problem with this HD audio.
My phone is lost forever. Oh my god, what is it? Oh. Did someone just see the loop, the feedback loop, and just think, oh, that shouldn't be like that?
So, yeah.
All right, so there's our HD audio with just some wires hanging out the back, so that's cool. All right.
What is this caught on? Oh, it's a twisty thing.
Oh, I've ruined the camera mount. I need to... Hang on a sec. I'm going to switch back to this while I fix things. And then I'm going to get a key light in here to shine into the case. All right, 1 sec. I'm grabbing a key light.
Can this come out yet? No. Oh, no. Right, that's why. Ah! Illumination! Be gone, be gone, be gone, be gone, all of you.
All right. So we've got the glorious twisting and tying there. Oh, my days. That can't be like that, yeah.
Do you know how you get this top panel off?
I don't know if it's supposed to come off.
Well, it's starting to on this corner.
Yeah, I think it's riveted on, and one of the rivets has come off. The fan is removable from the inside, and I don't think the fan is supposed to be removable. I think it's all riveted on.
Is it? Because you've got screws here. You've got
Yeah.
screws there. You're certainly going to have fun trying to remove it from the back case. That's okay, we can fix this. This is fixable.
Yeah.
It's okay, we can fix this.
Let's see. I'm going to back read the chat for a sec. Take the Movo out.
I'm getting there.
Yeah, we're on our way.
I was starting by trying to take off the fans from the power supply, and then it just continues.
We just started finding more and more horror. I think my phone's behind the laptop facing the camera. Ah, yes. Thank you. Two guys get in each other's way. They sure do. The tape might be structural. I think it is. A flock of Molex. I like that term. A murmur of Molex, if you will.
There we go. Right. We have significantly D, whatever the hell it was, this case.
How expensive is this job going to be for the customer? Just curious. I mean, this is, broadly speaking, this is a software issue, and it's a matter of just reinstalling Windows, etc., etc. And I would charge my flat fee of £50 for that.
Oops.
Everything we're doing now is technically unnecessary, and therefore I'm not going to charge for it. We're just doing this because we can.
Because we can make it better.
Yeah.
Oh.
If were it not for the fact that we would, like, we're doing this because it's content now. If I was just making this computer work, I would be saying it's 50 quid to the customer to get Windows reinstalled and sorted out. And I would just blow the dust out of it and be like, there you go, off you're done. Everything we're doing now is we're just going, you know what, we're doing a podcast. Let's just, for the sake of content, let's try and make this not awful. But I don't think it's good value. I don't think it's good value to actually fix this per se. Okay, I'm jumping down to the bottom. The repair is already past the PC's value. Yeah, more or less.
Is this the alcohol? No.
It's
over there.
Yes. 50 quid for Windows installation with drivers.
Well, it's also finding out why two of the SATA drives don't work.
Yeah, we've got to find that out. Yeah, I was going to say, it depends if there's data or not. If I need to look at those Windows drives, I need to look at the drives and see if there's user data there, because if there is user data that we're trying to preserve, then yes, it's 50 quid, because the biggest job is just finding the user data, backing it up and restoring it afterwards. If it just turned out that we had to do a clean install of Windows and nothing else, no, that wouldn't be 50 quid. I'd probably drop that to like 30 or something. But we also have to consider the fact that there's diagnostics involved in here. We need to unravel what the hell is wrong with this thing. And yeah, that costs money. If the customer comes in and says, I want you to wipe this and do a clean install of Windows, then that's 20 quid, because I'm going to plug in a flash drive and hit go. However, if the customer comes in and they say, it doesn't boot, I don't know why, I have to sit down, I need to check if the drives work, I need to check if the cables work, we need to check if there's user data there, we need to see what version of Windows we're going to install, we need to see if we're going to do a UEFI or a legacy install, and suddenly you start needing to do things to do the job properly. Because if you're being paid, then you should be doing the job properly. And that's the factors involved in saying, yes, you're damn right, that's going to be 50 quid kind of thing. So it kind of depends. I'm way too cheap. Again, it depends on what it is. For a computer like this, I mean, what, am I going to charge £100? The PC's not worth that much. And the customer's going to be like, no thanks, I'm going to go and buy a new PC. So this is a really difficult conversation, but I am interested in this conversation because it's a valid one. Lots of people don't know how much to charge, and you've got to figure it out somehow. What's my no-fault found fee? Generally speaking, I don't charge for a no-fault found. I will look at a computer, and as soon as I determine that there's nothing wrong with it, I will just stop working and say, this is a no-fault found, go away. Because I would, instead of charging the customer and then justifying my charges, I would rather get rid of them and move on to something that I can charge for. So yeah. Okay, right, rolling back. Is that a Latitude 5740? Close, it's a 5480, but they all look the same. Graham is Caradox Pimp. Yeah. I wouldn't say that. That's cheap, even for imaging. Reinstalling the data, $50 is very little. Here, this would be about 130 euros already. Really interesting.
Who's
Yeah.
saying that?
Floor lamp. Yeah. But then on the other hand,
Then again, we always knew you were cheap.
I am cheap, yeah. But on the other hand, I say with all due respect, I mean, I'm saying it's what I'm about to say is maximum respect. If I'm honest, is I believe that Floor Lamp's store is a superstar store, is one of these there is nothing beyond us kind of shops, and that entails a degree of being able to charge significantly more. But it depends on area as well. We're in sort of rural England.
Therefore, you can charge more because everyone around here is rich.
That's the problem. It's 50-50. You've got half the people who are all DFLers. They're all down from Londoners, and they come down on the weekends in their heckin' Range Rovers, and they bring their computer here because we're half the price of a London shop. But then also you've got all the local yokels who have got no money because they're living in a cheap area, and there's no jobs around here, you know. So it's a really difficult thing.
Yeah, that will work.
Can you rotate it 180 degrees though?
Why?
So the logo is the right way up. Also, what's with the fans on that? Are the fans both face inward? Is one of them reverse bladed? Yes, one of the fans is reverse bladed.
So we want it that way around?
Correct, yes.
To then exhaust out there.
Hang on a sec.
Yes.
Let's just show that on camera just so people can see what I'm talking about. Here's a low angle shot of Caradog.
Hello!
Yeah, interesting fan design on this actually. So here's the cowl for the fan. So here is so you want it to be that way up in the computer so the logo is upright, correct? So we've got the intake fan here blowing inwards. And I noticed that both the fans, at first glance, look, there's the logo and the frames are on the inside. But if you look at this fan is reverse bladed. So even though it looks like it's blowing in that direction, the blades are in reverse, so it's actually blowing outwards. So it does actually blow all the way through. So this is what's called a reverse bladed fan. So you can see from the angle of the blades there that it actually blows in this direction. So yeah. That's an interesting thing. What a piece of plastic junk. Yes, I agree. And did Caradog take off his mic? He did. Good. Are those bars on the window? The mid window now has a blind on it.
Being upgraded.
Indeed. Anyone who is on the subscribers, anyone who is a Patreon or a Twitch subscriber or a YouTube subscriber or whatever, a YouTube member or whatever, there will be another video this weekend of the shop decoration, and you will see many new things. And by many new things, I mean a different color on the wall.
I meant to chuck the video on the channel on Discord yesterday and forgot.
Unfortunate. Once we're done today, I want to do a quick talking head, and then I'll edit that tomorrow.
What do I want? I want thermal paste. That's what I want.
Yep, on the bench somewhere. Okay, right, let's see.
Yes, I was just stuck in that situation of going, I don't know what I want. I have stopped for a reason.
Yeah. Sokolov says, I charged my friend 50 USD to clean his PC and make it boot again. Told him I'd back up the data, and he wasn't interested. So just told him it wasn't worth putting anything else into. Yeah, this is the issue, is that there are some, like, I get customers in here who are like, this computer is my lifeblood, so I will pay hundreds for you to make this function today because it's mission critical. And they understand what mission critical means. But also there are some customers where you say, you know, this will be 40 quid for me to make good. And they'll be like, I'm not going to bother. And like, it's a modern laptop and they don't want to pay 40 quid to fix it. And they're just going to go out and spend £200 on some garbage new PC that will be crap. And you're just like, what's wrong with you? But you can't ask a customer what's wrong with them, you know?
I mean, you can.
Yeah.
You are capable of asking them.
Yeah.
You may not, but you can.
Yeah. Shop tour when? The 100,000 subscriber special is coming. It's coming. It's coming. Now
there was substantial progress made yesterday.
Yes,
towards that.
the shop got redecorated, and you'll notice that these shelves are behind us as well. The actual physical layout of the shop is now more or less to what my original vision was for this shop when I moved in. And the reason why I haven't made the special video is because the shop hasn't been quote-unquote finished. Whereas now, I believe the shop is... Finished is a strong word because it's always a work in progress, like a project car. However,
it's good enough.
Yeah, the shop is what I intended it to be. And so now I'm just like, right, I want to do that video now because I'm proud of what the shop looks like, basically. Whereas previously, everything has been a bit like sort of, oh, this is a bit how you're doing, and this hasn't been decorated, this isn't painted, and oh, this is temporary. Whereas now I'm like, this is what I wanted it to look like. So I'm very excited this weekend. So yeah. Let's see. You can't ask a customer what's wrong with them, because if you do, they'll no longer be your customer. Well, to be honest, if you need to ask a customer what's wrong with them, you probably don't want them as a customer. So this is not an issue, I don't think.
Fits.
It fits. GG. Yeah. Oh yeah, you're in the top slot now. Yeah. I'm going to...
They will have now gained 8 PCIe lanes.
Yeah. Stand by. I will stop getting in your way in a moment. I'm just positioning the camera. There we go. Okay. You may continue. So now we have oriented the CPU cooler. We can now move the graphics card up to the correct slot. Let's see. Without boring you, Graham, any progress on the lad's PC vid? Not yet. It'll be out when it's out.
Okay. That's fine.
How thick are the sound panels? Are the calipers still handy, or did they get put somewhere else? Thank you. The sound panels I have are from someone's cinema room, and they are approximately 45mm deep at the peak.
What size are these stands? Are these 120s?
Those are 120s, yeah.
Can we replace them?
Oh.
Because we've got the Corsair ones that came out of my case. Oh no, they're 140s, aren't they? Fuck.
Yeah.
Because I just want to get rid of 3 Molex connectors
by
fixing this. But they're not. Oh, because if the ones that came out of my case were 120s, I'd just be like, fuck it, in.
I mean, we've got a box of 120mm fans, but like, are we going to replace this guy's fans because we don't like Molex connectors?
Well, I was going to if they were literally out, but no, I'm not going to.
Yeah, I mean, we've probably got 4 generic 120mm fans with 3-pinners on.
Well, we only need 2. Because I was just going to leave the front as they were because it means taking apart the entire case.
Okay, yeah. I vote no. I don't think it's worth doing unless we were eradicating all of the Molex.
Oh yeah, but it was just a case of.
Yeah.
But no.
And again, on account that we're doing this because we can, not because we're being paid to.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Yeah. It was purely a case of what degree can we actually de-horrify this.
Yeah. GL and HF, you've got to go to the coaching stuff. No problem, Chris. Have a good one if you're still here. Let's see. How we doing? Dave EE blog. No whackers, mate. Yeah. There's a particular period of my videos where you could tell that I've been watching a lot of EEV blog around that period because I was saying a lot of Dave-isms. Because I appreciate, honestly, I appreciate Dave Jones's sense of humour. I don't always associate with him. I think he's a boomer, if I'm honest. But I appreciate his sense of humour, though.
Oh dear.
Let's see. Google says that's an OEM Asus GPU.
I mean, it looks like it.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, it could be. It doesn't have a particularly interesting cooler on it.
Oh my, what?
But then this is from a crossover era where GPUs were just starting to put big ass coolers on them. So yeah, it could be. It doesn't have any specific branding on them, but again, GPUs from the day didn't. So yeah, you know, I was rocking a HD 5850 around the time of this, I think, and that looked a lot like this. It was fairly nondescript and had a bit of cowling on it that I removed to make it look a bit cleaner. So yeah. Ugh. Dave's a Bobby Dazzler. He sure is. He sure is. Right. Okay. Where are we up to? Oh, you having a go at taking out that top fan?
Yep.
Yeah. I got a oh, maybe. Yeah. I was about to say I've got a horrible feeling that if you take out that top fan, we're going to lose the mesh. But I think the mesh is held in with those washered screws. The fan has too many screws. It does. Let the record show that it was Caradog that wanted to remove the fan, not me. I mean, I'd like to remove the fan, but if I'm honest, I probably wouldn't bother. I think it's more trouble than it's worth. However, Caradog is a man on a mission. It's a bladeless fan. It induces airflow with vortices.
And other such phenomena.
Did I get the sofa? I did. I got the sofa at Christmas. We've got a convo topic. Don't know if you've seen the stuff with LTT and Jazzco. What do you think about manufacturers not providing firmware updates that they've already created? I don't know what this story is. I do watch some LTT, but I don't watch every single video. Who is Jazzco, and what firmware did they not provide? Dyson do a smoke fan. Dyson does make a fan with no blades, ironically. Yes and no. There has to be an impeller in there. However, they have the airflow go up through some clever ducting to induce airflow. But you have to have an impeller at some point in the system in order to push the air. I mean, unless you use it... No, it's not an air pump. Yeah. Oh, sorry, I'm just going to get that out of the way. How are you doing? I'm not really paying attention to what you're doing, if I'm honest. LTD did not get a firmware update for his super fancy light switches, so he's having a fight with them. Oh, okay. Yeah. Oh, Jazzco are the IoT device manufacturer. Oh, yeah.
No.
Are you trying to straighten out that top bit?
Or get it off. Either or.
Yeah. I think it's riveted on. I appreciate your fervour, but I think you're fighting a losing battle. But yeah, that sucks. For IoT devices, I would definitely want a firmware update, and I would be especially annoyed if I was not being supplied with a firmware update, which I categorically knew did exist, and they were just like, "Oh no, we don't distribute that to the public." It's just like, well, you should.
Especially if my device does not function.
Yeah, there's zero reason for you not to supply this. So yeah. However, also again, this is why I don't like the idea of a smart home. Like you were saying, you were talking about getting like a Ring doorbell and stuff, and I'm just like, I don't want a smart home. I don't want stuff that has firmware in the house just because I'm not worried about it getting hacked or anything. It's just like, why do we need firmware in a light switch, man? I don't know.
Yeah, but it's because a Ring doorbell is the easiest way of having a camera of some kind at the doorbell.
That makes sense. So you can see who's there, I guess. Yeah.
Well, yeah, so I can see if someone's gonna ring the doorbell. Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't care who it is. I just care that being able to see that there is someone.
Yeah. I dislike the idea that my doorbell needs a Wi-Fi connection to function, but then I don't know if it has a manual fallback or not. So it will always ring, even if it does not have a Wi-Fi connection.
I don't know.
Yeah.
It'd be better than our current doorbell that does not have Wi-Fi and does not function.
Yes, this is true. If your doorbell does not ring at all, then anything is an improvement. I'm going to have a quick look while I'm here. What fan are we splicing? We're spliced into the top. We've got 3 Molex connectors here. What are we going into? One of them's going up to the top. The broken fan is actually still connected. Let's chop the wires. Okay, yeah. I've got an idea for what we're going to chop the connectors off of the top fan that's broken, and I'm going to solder that onto the barrel jack, so there is a dedicated Molex for the RGB thing, and I'm going to fix the wires for the top fan. This is a ridiculous amount of work we're undertaking to fix this, but it's kind of interesting because it's a case of everything can be fixed. Where there's a will, there's a way. You think IoT should automatically go to a virtual network in a router? Yeah, if I were to start using IoT stuff, that's probably what I would do.
Will this be too short?
They now provided the firmware as well. They already found they had upgraded the firmware install. Oh, okay. Fair enough. Anyone else find the Linus Tech Mansion videos rather vulgar? I've been watching them with interest because I like the concept of what Linus is doing. Is he's trying to build his ultimate house, and I don't like. I think there's a strong argument, and I can understand if people look at that and be like, "Oh, he's just flexing," kind of thing. But I don't think he is. I think he just wants to build a kick-ass tech house and is just showing people what he's got. He's like, look at this projector. It's so good. This is amazing that this technology exists, and you could buy it for your house. Yes, it's expensive, but you could have it. It is a thing that exists. And I like that. I'm interested in that. But it's a personal preference thing, so that's understandable.
Who designed this case? Seriously.
Antec.
Well, I'd like to inform them that they're wrong.
You got smart bulbs purely because it's an LED tech and RGB, so you can change the warmth. I have been very tempted to buy smart bulbs for my home for the same reason, just to be able to change color temperature.
My solution was buying one of them.
Yeah, actually, that's a valid thing because because when I'm Twitch streaming, I want the lights to be cold. Because the camera works better for them. But when I'm not streaming, I want the lights to be warm, and I currently can't change them. That much being said, though, I also just need higher CRI lights at home.
Yeah.
Which I think would also help. I think the LED lamps that I've got, I've probably got really wank CRI because they're the cheapest Amazon ones I could find.
Where are we burying them? Can we bury them there?
Expensive for you, for him free. Not all of it was free. He's paying for a lot of stuff there. But yeah. That much being said though, yeah, but for the amount of videos and the amount of content he's getting out of his new house, he's probably offsetting a large amount of costs. Level 1 Tech's had a story about hacked light bulbs in schools in America. Why do they have smart bulbs in American schools? Why would you need that?
Because it allows them to spend the budget without paying teachers more.
Oof. But yes. Wild Floor Lamp says, Graham, did you get any good flux yet to replace the Vaseline I used? No. There's a reseller in the UK now if you want to try some of the really nice stuff. Yes, I would. Could you DM me that, please, on the Discord? Or just ping me in the Discord in somewhere, just so everyone else can see the link. And if everyone else wants to buy nice flux, they can do that too. There's a reseller for Amtech. Yeah, excellent. Yes, legitimately interested. Thank you very much. By cold, do you mean a higher color temperature or a warm, lower color? Yeah. When I say cold, I mean a higher color temperature for a more bluish tint, and a lower color temperature.
A cold color produced by a hotter object.
Yes. Yes. So when I say cold lighting, I mean higher temperature, more blue. and warmer is lower temperature, less blue. I understand the oxymoron there, yes.
Also, who designed this case?
Antec, we've been over this.
Again, they're wrong.
We are 3 hours into this stream. We are very much into the realms of this stream is taking too damn long. However, you have committed us to this now, so here we are. I'm sorry, everyone who's watching the VOD. Or everyone in the video, or anyone who's in the chat that's just like, can I go now? You know?
There is no obligation for anyone to be here. They're able to leave at any point. They joined of their own volition.
And the current viewers go, you know?
Therefore, you have no obligation.
Right, cold is blue, warm is yellow. Correct. 5500K is cold. 6500K is warm. That is incorrect. 6500K is an even colder color, but a higher temperature. So the temperature goes up, resulting in a cooler color.
You should probably just stop using the word cooler.
How would you pronounce it? A more blue?
Bluer.
Bluer color, yeah.
A more blue.
All right, let's... Behold. This is a warm light. It is yellow. This is a cold light. It is blue. That is not coming out on the camera. My example has failed miserably.
This is a warm light. This is a cool light. It is now white.
Yeah, you can't see the difference in the color temperature there. What if I point it at my face, actually?
Face!
Behold my banana yellow face. And behold my ice white face. There we go. That was a better example.
Behold, I am Scandinavian.
Oof. Anyway, so yes, that is warm and cold temperatures. Let me just. Oh my god, I don't even know what I'm doing anymore. Let's just stop that. That's enough. All right, putting that to one side. Enough of that. We can see the difference. Okay, fair enough. My example was something like that. So yeah, colder temperatures are bluer and whiter. Ultimately for cameras, you don't necessarily need warm or cool. You just need accurate, which means a high CRI, which is color rendering index, and that is how much of the rainbow spectrum the light is actually outputting.
How similar to a black body emitter is this light?
Yeah.
No.
Bad LEDs often have just a couple of spikes in the RGB, often with one of the spikes being significantly taller than the other.
And usually the green-yellow one.
Yeah, which results in a light that appears to be white to the untrained eye, but actually has horrid color shifts in it and horrid tinges. Like a lot of people say they don't like the color of fluorescent lamps, and what they're actually seeing there is just a fluorescent lamp that just has really bad CRI, because a lot of fluorescent lamps and cheap LED bulbs just have really bad CRI. So they've got this weird sickly tinge to them that just looks wrong, but you couldn't say why. It's because the CRI is bad, and it makes when the light of that shines off of an object and back into the camera or into the human eye, the color just looks wrong. Something about it just looks off.
When the moon hits your eye like a big pizza pie.
That's
Grimoire.
However, high CRI is hitting the entire spectrum, so colors look as they are supposed to. And that is what makes things look nice. And this is why studio lighting is expensive, because they're high CRI lamps that have a very high accuracy in their colors. So yeah, the frequency of fluorescence can give a headache. They certainly can. Technology Connections has a great video on CRI. It sure does. Technology Connections is a great channel. People should watch it. What are you looking for?
The cable ties. Where did the cable ties end
You
up?
have had them all day,
There
so
they
you're
are.
responsible for this.
No. I cannot be responsible for this, for it is your shop.
Understandable. Have a nice day. 875 watt thermal take, a bit overkill. It sure was. This is probably a 300 watt peak power, PC. In fact, I'm probably closer to 250 peak.
I don't know. Have you seen how many Molex fans there are?
That's true. And how many of them are shorted out and are just, yeah.
Oh, that's why one of the chains doesn't work.
I think something would be exploding if that was actually real, but it's got a Blu-ray drive in it, though, I've just noticed.
There we go.
Have we mentioned, I also want to give a shout out to Antec and the retrofit of a USB 3 port where an eSATA port used to be.
I am 99% certain it wasn't Antec that did that. Because look.
I don't know.
No.
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 I could believe it. Let's see. PC Bolt says, why OEM like Dell uses 2 BIOS chips instead of 1? It's a pain in the ass to fix broken BIOSes, like you did in the video. So this is referring to some of the laptops I've worked on, including, well, Dell, HP, and Samsung. A lot of OEMs do this. In the laptops, there are 2 BIOS chips, and the BIOS is split across the 2 chips. I'm not 100% certain, but I was about to say I agree with what Arnold G has just said. It's cheaper to get a 4 megabyte chip and a 2 megabyte chip for 6 megabytes total than a single 8 megabyte chip. Obviously, these days, a higher capacity chip probably doesn't cost a lot, but at the time of manufacture, 8 megabyte chips were probably more than twice the price of 4 megabyte chips. So if you needed 6 megabytes of storage, it was cheaper to put in 2 chips than it was a single 8 meg. However, there's also a laundry list of reasons of how the BIOS is split up and why. So that is a likely reason, but not always the reason. They were rare, yeah. Dual BIOS on a desktop motherboard is... it's not useful unless it has a physical switch on it, in my humble opinion. Lots of Gigabyte motherboards have dual BIOS, but it has their auto-switching system on it, which is not very useful because you can't manually switch.
In my humble opinion, and luckily I have an audience.
Yes. Given that I have a YouTube channel and an audience, my humble opinion is actually worth more. So it's not very humble. In my bragging opinion, Gigabyte's dual BIOS system is a bit shit. However, Gigabyte's dual BIOS system on the higher end boards, like an Aorus Master, where you have a physical switch that can switch the secondary BIOS on and off and switch between primary and secondary, that is incredibly useful. However, their automatic BIOS system,
it's a bit garbage.
It's luck of the draw if it cuts in or not. And I have had instances where I've managed to brick a Gigabyte motherboard with dual BIOS.
Oh yeah, I've done it to my Aorus Master.
Yeah. But then you've been able to switch over to the other BIOS though.
No, I did both of them.
You managed to brick both, yeah.
In one swift motion.
Yeah, but then did you have the backup BIOS enabled while...
I don't know.
Well, I suppose if you wanted to
but
back up...
But it's just a case, I was just like,
yeah.
I did both in one swift motion.
Yeah. But then again, the higher end motherboard is going to have BIOS flashback as well, which should fix it.
I literally just plugged the pen drive in and just went BIOS flashback.
Yeah, flashback, yeah.
But it was just the fact that I managed to do it, and I was just like, oh dear, I have had this motherboard 4 hours.
Yeah. Yeah. Let's see, you're joining college for Electronics, Communication and Engineering. That sounds cool. Which brand laptops are most reliable and can last 4+ years? I don't like...
MacBooks. If the hardware survives, it will be a good laptop in 4 years' time. You can still use a 2012 Mac.
Well, yeah. You can say what you like about Macs, but there's a lot of 10-year-old Macs around that are going strong, and you can't say that about almost any other brand. Personally, I don't like a lot of laptops right now. However, honestly, for me, the kind of laptops I like are the old Dell Latitudes, because you can find them for like £300 and they're good laptops, in my opinion. So, but on the other hand, this thing has got bezels the size of a planet. So, yeah, I don't know. Everyone says ThinkPad. I don't like... Hot take, I don't like ThinkPads. There, I said it. And also, Sleepwalker asked, any vids coming next week? I've got stuff lined up. I'm not going to try and remember it now, though, because I'm not going to lie, I'm drunk. So, yeah, get a business class laptop. Yeah, basically, any business class laptop is going to be pretty good. So, Dell Latitude, HP ProBook or EliteBook. A Lenovo ThinkPad, sure. I don't like ThinkPads, but they're fine. It's just, I just don't like the design of them, if I'm honest. I think they're overrated, but... you know, they do. ThinkPads are bricks. They go on forever. So yeah, Latitude 5000 and 7000 series were pretty good. 3000 series aren't. Yeah, I would agree with that statement. Older MacBooks were made better. Yeah, Apple is entering a very weird phase where, at the moment, if you want to buy a second-hand Mac, you want to buy something that is less than 5 years old, right? But the problem is that immediately means you're talking 2016 and onwards, which means the butterfly keyboard, which is going to break. So Mac is in a really weird phase at the moment where the second-hand market is about to have a really rough stage where there's no laptops in it that you'd actually want to own. Because previously, if you wanted a second-hand Mac, you bought a 2014 or a 2015. But those laptops are going on 8 years old now. So it's a case of, I mean, they're still okay, but do you really want to buy an 8-year-old laptop? Because that's what you're buying if you get a 2014. And the MacBook that I've got kicking around the shop for general use is a 2014, but I don't use that as my daily anymore because it's too slow. It's a dual core. And ain't nobody got time for that.
Horrifying.
Yeah. Well, it's a dual core with no video acceleration. So if you're playing a YouTube...
Oh, no.
Yeah. So if you're playing... Well, I don't know. If I've got Twitch open on that laptop, the CPU is sitting at like 60, 70%. It's why I stopped dailying it and bought this Latitude. Because I was getting sick and tired of my laptop fan spooling up while I had Twitch open. It was terrible, man. Precision series is much better than Latitude. Yeah, but then also it's a higher series of laptop. But then Precisions are bricks. They're workstation class laptops with massive discrete CPUs, massive discrete GPUs in them. Whereas the Latitude series is a daily driver. I don't disagree. The Precision laptops are industrial class laptops, but also I think they're massive overkill as just a common daily driver laptop. I mean, if you want to game on your laptop, then sure, a second-hand Precision is probably not a terrible idea. However, if you're buying your laptop for productivity, which is what, in my opinion, laptops are good for, then a Latitude is perfectly adequate, I think. Toshibas are tish, in all fairness. You hate Toshibas with passion. Yeah, it's been a while since I've seen a Toshiba that I've liked. The C660 series were troopers. Like, they were ugly, but they were common as muck, and parts were cheap and everywhere. So you could buy a Toshiba C660 with like an i3 or an i5 in it, stick an SSD in it, and you're laughing. However, also those laptops are 10 years old now. Like, I've got a couple right here actually. Ooh. I've got a couple of Toshibas that came into my possession this month. This is a C640 with an unknown CPU in it. I need to see what CPU is in this thing to find out if I should chuck it in the bin or not. And I've got a... What are you? Oh, this one's a P750. It's still a satellite, but it's a P750. This has got an i5 in it. It's probably a first-gen i5, though. Doesn't say. This has got a GeForce GT 540 in it. But, you know, if you stick 8 gigs of RAM and an SSD in this, I could probably sell this, and it would be a good user experience. You know, it's got massive bezels on it and big old speakers and stuff like that, but someone who needs a cheap laptop could get a good user experience out of it. Are you okay, Caradog?
No.
As the chat put it, you're deflating. Tell me your woes.
Molex!
You're not allowed to say that. We get angry comments when we say that Molex is shit. I'm not even joking. Like, in that one video where I said how much I hate Molex, the amount of comments on that video that are just like, I use Molex, it's fine. I'm like, no, it's not.
Then you are wrong.
You are wrong.
If you use Molex and think it is fine,
Yep.
you are wrong.
Chris has already left, so we can badmouth him because Chris likes Molex. Chris, you're wrong. Molex is bad and should feel bad. No more Dynabook or Cosmio. Oh man, the Cosmios were bonkers. The Toshiba Cosmio series was legitimately bonkers. It's been a very long time since I've seen one of those, but they were massive, over-expensive and over-engineered laptops with ridiculous extra features on them and stuff like that. They were wild.
Do you have like double-sided tape?
Sure. Let me grab it.
Also, are you doing something with this?
I will do something with that, yeah.
Then you should do that before we fix stuff in place.
Understandable. Oh, damn. Where's that double-sided tape from? I had it earlier on because I stuck the
Is it
doorbell
right
up.
there? There, next to the blue rolly thing.
Yes. The blue rolly thing was exactly what told me where it was. Okay, right. We've got to fix that Molex. That's going to want a soldering iron. I will bring over soldering equipment.
So we can...
Because I'm not twisting and taping those. I'm going to do it properly.
So we can do something like that. I realise chat can't see right now. However... Oh... Screw everything.
Oh.
Right,
For the we're in this for the long haul, by the way, people. So if you're bored, you should leave now.
That can sit like that. That's fine. That's just... Oh
right, where's my...
Who designed this case?
Antec, we've been over this.
They did it wrong. Oh, God.
Caradog, on a scale of 1 to 10, how much is your regret for rebuilding this computer? We didn't have to.
There is no channel for the EPS. It has to come out with the same hole as everything else because there is only one hole. Now I sound like I'm praising cloacas.
So what's going on in chat at the moment? Caradog is stuck on repeat, yeah. How's my experience with fixing GPUs? Pretty low. I've got lots of broken GPUs kicking around the shop that I'm saying I'm going to use as practice, though. So that's the thing that's going to happen at some point.
Is it, though?
Well, some point is non-distinct. It can be at any point in the future. Remind me, whose idea was it to rebuild from scratch? Caradog's. Some of the Cosmio laptops are highly collectible. That doesn't surprise me. Everything is highly collectible to the right person, but yeah. I can't remember. I'm sure I saw a Cosmio at some point that had some bizarre, quote-unquote, quantum code processor in it. But I've no idea what it... I really want to find out which one it was that had the coprocessor, so I can find out what the coprocessor actually was, to see if it was actually a gimmick or if it was like a CUDA processor or something like that.
CUDA?
Yeah, you know, like NVIDIA CUDA. How would you call it?
CUDA.
Yeah. What would you say that as?
CUDA. Because genuinely I haven't seen a definitive answer on the pronunciation.
Yeah.
So I've always played it extremely safe and just been like, CUDA extensions.
Okay, chat. If I said NVIDIA CUDA, would you look at me like I'm insane, or would you say, yeah, NVIDIA CUDA? Is it yes, it's CUDA, or no, it's CUDA?
What about CUDA?
CUDA. No, you could say it's SUDA. just to make for maximum offense, you know. Everyone overwhelmingly agrees with me.
Good. I at no point inferred that you were incorrect. Simply that I didn't
Except for
agree.
All Dreams Fall Down, who's like Q Day.
I'm sorry, I didn't realise it was French. Coude. It's chowder.
Ciao there. Okay. I'm actually going to get a pack of crisps in a moment, which might absorb some of the alcohol. This wouldn't be so bad if I wasn't drinking on an empty stomach, but that's
You
where we live.
aren't. You had lunch.
Yeah, like 4 hours ago. Good, this battery is charged. We have a soldering iron. Sounds like a bidet.
I mean, yes, that's generally how one goes into that. And usually what one says when one pays it off. Bye, dat.
Oh boy. Winston, you say Seagate. I had a comment on a video recently. I think it might have been the iMac SSD replacement one, where someone said, I can't find C tools, and they were spelling it the letter C tools. And like, I'm not taking the piss out of them because that's a legitimate mistake to make. If I didn't specifically say SEA tools.
What a mistake to make.
Yeah. Then you would say, if someone said C tools, you would think the letter C tools. But I did have a quiet giggle to myself over that. Vladimir says, Ligiforce. Okay, right. Peterball says, your videos help me choose my college. Stream electronics communication. Awesome, my dude. Yeah, awesome. I'm glad to have instilled a passion. Or showed you a passion.
Oh no!
Oh no, that's broken. Yeah, it's a SATA connector where some of the plastic has broken off, and it's like, yeah, let's not use that one. Friendly reminder that we still don't know why any of the drives aren't detected. And none of what we're doing will actually resolve that.
There we go.
Okay.
However, we have proved it's not the power supply.
I am going to fix the. I'm going to fix the twist and tape.
There you go. You know what we could.
I'm going to unplug that for a sec, and I'm going to bring it all back through and do it on that side. Yeah.
I was purely testing what layout we were going to need.
Could you pull this through, please?
No. There we go.
And then we'll lay it down. Oh. We'll lay it down.
Rotate.
We'll lay it down.
Yes. That's fine. I wasn't sure if this went back into this fan controller as well.
I see.
Because there's a very short run. So this fan might have to come out.
Very well.
That's all I was double checking.
Am I sitting on top of something or am I good?
Just
we'll
the
never
cables.
Know. Okay. Let's see. Right, hang on a sec. I'm checking the thing. Right, I think we're good. Right, I'm going to pass the chat to you, Caradog, while I fix the cables.
Short boot up time. We suggest you connect to the hard drive on SATA port 0 through 5.
Yeah, that's what I meant by I'm assuming there's a 6 gig and a 3 gig controller there.
Yes, indeed. Very well.
You're in charge of chat.
Be gone! Ah, it is me. Hello.
Right, am I on shot?
It's not CUDA, but it's definitely CUDA. Very well. You are on shot. You are slightly wonky.
Cool.
Do you wish to adjust?
There we go.
Oh yes. Do you also have heat shrink?
You may, possibly. I need to put something on there.
That was a collection of noises, potentially answering a question. Donk.
Right. This is. I'm looking for shrink wrap. I might put stick tape on it if I'm honest, because I don't know where my shrink wrap is, and I think I've run out of the good stuff. I think I've only got.
I may just wrap it in sellotape.
Yeah, I think I only have massive shrink wrap, which is not helpful here. So I'm going to solder it, but then I'm just going to tape it.
As long as you can find your tape.
Yeah, because I'm not against using electrical tape, but you need to solder. Otherwise, the wire could just pull out and short against something. That's the issue here.
How dare you, Martin? Saying that everyone must be quiet because now we're actually paying attention to chat. Graham was capable of paying attention to chat.
Offend.
Graham is competent, yes?
I misheard that as another word. Then I won't tell you which one. I found some shrink wrap. We're good to go.
Excellent. You would like the side cutters?
I've got it all over here.
Oh, okay. You have stolen my side cutters.
Yeah.
How very dare.
Okay. Oh, yeah, that is a bit short. Yeah, I'm going to pull that out. Could you pass me the big screwdriver, please? Thanks.
Big screwdriver. There we go. Please remove the completely stripped screws.
However, fancy that. When you use the correct screwdriver, they just come out.
Yes. It's incredible.
Use of correct tools is underrated.
Yeah. If in doubt, use the bigger one.
Yes, use the biggest screwdriver that will fit the head.
Yes. Oh dear, are we starting with knock jokes?
Oh boy. This is a high quality community we've cultivated.
Yes, possibly. One of the finest knock jokes. I don't know where it goes. It starts with knock knock and hasn't continued yet.
Okay, so knock knock. Who's there?
Yes, I agree. Pain. I feel like the knock joke isn't forthcoming. There has been no response. We shall have to come up with our own. Knock.
Pain. Yeah. Do you actually have a knock joke, or are we?
I do.
Okay, who's there?
Toot.
Toot who?
Tutankhamun.
Very well.
Yes. I thought I would at least finish that section. It is done. We're over.
Absolute humour. This is great banter.
That feels like you're doing a quote from something.
Yes, it is.
Okay.
Oh, I fucked this. It's fine. I'll make it work.
I will make it worse. I mean work. Modern day joke. Knock knock. Who's there? Amazon.
That's not even a joke, but it's still funny. Because it's just like, so relatable. I'm going to get my actual wire strippers for this, as a special treat.
You're going to do it properly?
Yeah.
Whatever next. Oh dear. Don't use Nope. Don't use
Really?
wire strippers to strip the wire, apparently.
How else would you strip the wire?
I don't know, because you just went really after using the wire strippers to strip the wire.
Shush. Okay, right. Gentle.
Yes. Don't use beef stew as a password. It's not stroganoff.
Oh, God, that's awful. Who said that?
That was Martin Barker.
All right.
1,000-year dungeon.
I'm taking notes, yeah.
I'm making a list and I'm checking it twice.
Right, that is prepared. Okay, so
Congrats.
what have we got? Let's undo this nonsense. Right.
It's just, yes, it feels like bits were added and then more bits were added.
Yeah, all right, so we've got one fan. We've got a fan that needs its power cables reconnecting. We've got a Molex wire. And we've got another Molex that goes to a broken fan. So we're going to chop off that. Right, so that we're going to attach to this, and then we will have the barrel jack for the RGB. And now we just need to reattach. These wires so we have a functional fan again. This isn't a ridiculous amount of work for what we're doing. This is not something that I would offer as a repair. This is not something I'm going to charge for. This is content, and apparently people are here for it.
What's the difference between pea soup and roast beef?
I don't know.
Anyone can roast beef, but not everyone can pea soup.
Sure.
Yep, that's the standard. Doctor, I need your help.
What else happened in tech news today, or this week, or this year? Like, actually, can we...
If you see an Apple store get robbed, does that make you an eyewitness?
Oh no, that's terrible.
Other people who guard Samsung stores, Guardians of the Galaxy.
Y'all are going to jail.
That was my one.
Which one? Both of them?
No, the second one.
Okay.
Yes. However, think how much better this computer will be.
Yes. Okay, right.
Got to think about that.
We need some heat shrink. If in doubt, use too much.
Oh no. If you steal from an Apple store, are you just scrumping for apples? I like that slightly too much. Winston, stop.
Is that Winston is saying stop, or Winston is responsible for this?
Responsible for this.
Okay.
Yes.
Right, time for some terrible soldering. Let's go, everyone.
Yes.
And no, I will not be using flux, and I will not be taking criticism. We're just splicing wires. It doesn't matter.
A modern day IT joke. Wheel, 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 if it isn't autocorrect.
Tinning, tinning.
The problem I have is my favourite joke is one you cannot do orally.
Oh, yeah, yeah.
You can only do it written down, and just like...
It sucks when a joke is like that. You're like, this is a really good joke, but it only works in text.
Yes. Oh, no. Yeah, all of the bad jokes are coming out now.
All right. As long as people are having fun.
I fear for the calendar. Its days are numbered. Did you hear about the two blokes who stole the calendar?
No.
They both got 6 months.
I hate everything. I hate everything.
Dear.
This is top tier content.
Absolutely. You said what's happened in tech news. I don't know. I can't think of anything that's happened this week from last week. I am the wrong person to ask right now. I have no content to
No,
Excuse me, provide.
I just need to grab some wire wool or something.
I can only think of the really bad dad jokes right now. About the why can't you trust trees? Because they're always a little shady. Or what do you call a magical dog?
Don't know.
A labracadabrador.
Very good. Don't make me get the hot air. I might need the hot air.
I mean, it's kind of shrinking.
Yeah, using a soldering iron for heat shrink is really terrible.
Winston. Do you know that dropping an ant into a glass of water will tell you its gender? If it sinks, it's a girl ant. If it floats, it's boy ant. Yep. I can't think of any nun jokes, so we'll be having none of that.
I'm desperately trying to think of something to talk about right now. I'm desperate and I've got nothing. My mind is mush. Someone in the chat, someone help me. Someone save this stream. It's in your power. You could be the hero.
I don't know. It's the Caradog Comedy Hour. Comedy is such a strong description.
Very well.
Dear, what do you call a wandering nun? A Roman Catholic.
Fucking hell. Oh no. Please.
I think the thing that's funniest is how much anguish it's causing you. No, I don't get that. What do you call computer jokes? Bytes.
No. Yeah, sorry, that gets a solid meh from me. Nice try, though. Okay, right. Okay, that's doable. That's not going to slide off, which is the main thing, so it's not going to expose the wires. Okay, that fan is fixed, so that fan can go back in.
But yes, thoughts on graphics cards? Price normalization or just dropping because we're expecting new ones soon?
Oh, that's a good question, actually, because we're expecting new ones soon. That's what makes that one interesting.
Your thought leader comments now.
Okay, well, I think graphics card prices are dropping because they had to eventually, and especially because contributing factors are resolving. So two of the biggest contributing factors, in my opinion, without looking at statistics and stuff like that, are number one, eventually everyone who wanted a new graphics card will have bought one. I might have said this on the podcast before, but it's like the toilet paper problem at the start of the pandemic when there was a massive toilet paper shortage. Eventually, everyone had just bought toilet paper, you know, and everyone's cupboards were full of toilet paper, and therefore they were not buying toilet paper. Eventually, everyone will have bought a graphics card, and that is, to an extent, happened, where everyone who was desperate has got one now, so the demand is the supply is catching up with the demand.
Yes.
The other contributing factor is that Bitcoin mining is in a really bad place right now. And therefore, the miners are obviously buying up less of them, which is further reducing strain. I think those are the two big contributing factors toward prices coming down. So in terms of people anticipating new ones, I don't think so, if I'm honest, because we know that new stuff is on the horizon, but arguably new stuff is always on the horizon. So I don't think that's making a meaningful difference personally. Like, do you think people? I don't think that. Like, there are some people that are that forward thinking,
it's
but
the RGB strip.
oh, I see.
It's
Yeah,
blocking the fan hole.
yeah. Thank you. I don't think that new ones on the horizon makes a meaningful difference. What are your thoughts on that?
I think there will be some people who will go, I will just wait now.
Yeah,
The rumors do come out.
some people are just waiting for next gen.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Total shipments of GPUs for first quarter this year are down on total shipments from final quarter last year.
Interesting.
Therefore, demand is lower.
Yeah.
Irrespective of the cause of the reduction in demand, demand is lower.
Yeah.
So it's a case that then obviously if supply is able to be maintained at the same level and demand is lower, there will therefore be stock. Also, if the supply constraints on the manufacturing have eased, specifically with regards to GPU, so there can be more supply, even if demand had stayed the same, there would be stock. And I think it's a combination of all of those things. I don't think it's specifically because people are waiting for the next gen.
Yeah.
Because it's so few people who pay attention to that.
Yeah, I think supply will be up because obviously with the amount of demand there has been, everyone has ramped up production as high as they possibly can. Because over the past 2 years or so, we've seen that we've basically been in a state of if you're producing GPUs, you're printing money. So it's a matter of just make as many as you possibly can because you will sell out. So I think that supply has caught up just by how much it was ramped up. However, obviously, we're also seeing the fact that China was back in lockdown, in a really draconian lockdown as well. And also, there's the rumors of a further silicon issue because of the Ukrainian war. Because Ukraine was the biggest source of, what was it again? Was it
I think it was helium.
Helium, argon? Yeah, something that was needed for manufacturing. So we were anticipating a knock-on effect of that. And given that that is now been going for 100 days, it's been about long enough that that knock-on effect should be kicking in fairly soon, I think.
Yeah.
Like the food shortage is kicking in. Third world countries like Africa, etc., which rely on the Ukraine for wheat and so on, are taking massive hits now. So, I think in the West, where we're expecting an issue with helium and that kind of thing, I think it's about time that we're going to see that come into effect.
Yeah. Oh, apparently it was neon.
Neon. Yeah, that's the one. Yeah. Yeah. Neon. Yeah, neon is used in silicon manufacturing. It's the gas that's used when you bake the silicon, basically. So yeah. I think if my memories of watching Sam Zalouf videos are correct, if you want to learn how to make chips, check out Sam Zalouf. He makes basic chips in his basement. Like literally, he's making his own silicon, and it's super cool because not because it's particularly advanced, but it is a matter of making actual chips with transistors on them and we're talking TTL level logic here, but making TTL level logic chips in a basement laboratory instead of having a fabrication town kind of thing. So that's kind of interesting because it is very small scale manufacturing of a incredibly high tech device, which I think is very interesting.
I have not heard of this person.
Yes.
However, yes, as a concept, indeed.
Right, I'm going slowly, but I'm getting there.
Absolutely. I also just a case of I don't know if the saying about the supply, if we are actually seeing an easing of the supply constraints of the various sources. I don't know if that's actually the case or if it just appears that way because demand dropped off very quickly.
Yeah.
Because obviously if total shipments reduced, that infers that supply also reduced. But I don't know when it counts as sold for supply.
Good question.
I don't know if it counts as sold as when Nvidia moves it on to a board partner, or if it counts as sold as when a retailer
has given it to an end user.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I think that's something to double check that. But yes. Yes. What was his name who was making this basement person?
Sam Zeloof. If you Google it, it'll probably come up.
I will. Z.
Yep. ELOUF.
Oof.
Yeah, I'll look for the. That looks promising. Yeah, double O. Yeah, that's the chap. Yeah, that's the guy.
Yes. Electricity from wood. What? Very well.
Yeah. Okay, right.
I
I need to check the pinning of this. Oh my god.
Chat.
I'm tired.
How?
Right.
Have a link.
I'm going to assume that. Nope, we're not going to assume. We're going to check that black is negative and white is positive. Have we got a multimeter kicking around here? There were two on the bench at one point.
I mean, there's one right there.
There's one. That'll do. Yep.
Yes.
I'm fascinated by the concept of doing like high technology, like silicon, in a home laboratory, because it kind of the idea.
It sounds quite advanced for a home laboratory.
Yes.
To be honest.
Yeah, I mean, don't get me wrong. He's making I think his most advanced chip has got 5 transistors on it or something like that. But even that is incredible, you know, because I'm very interested, in a narrative idea. I'm very interested in the idea of, let's say you're in a post-apocalyptic universe. Post-apocalypse, there are no fabrication plants anymore. So if you want computers, you have to find old chips. But there's only so many old chips and old computers you can find. So what if you could make new ones? Could that be done? Could you make something that is usable? It wouldn't be as good as the old computers, but if you needed basic stuff like radio communications, could you make the chips for that yourself without a fabrication plant? Without a chip fab? I think that's a very interesting concept.
Oh my god. Sorry, just the name of this video. Inductively coupled plasma photoresist O2.
Yeah, this is very technical stuff, and a lot of it goes over my head.
Going that yes, that doesn't sound like the average person's home lab, to be honest.
I mean, he's not the average person, but it is a home lab. Don't get me wrong. You can't do this. You know.
You are not allowed.
However, this is a person who managed to teach himself how, and that makes him a very interesting person to be subscribed to.
There you go. There you go. There you go.
No.
Almost.
Chat's screaming at me going, oh my god, put it in some helping hands or a clamp or something. Not, yeah, okay.
No, they're actually asking you about your broadband.
Oh.
Which is 8020 VDSL.
BT Infinity?
Yeah.
Is that VDSL?
Yes.
Yes. It's 8020 VDSL.
Indeed.
Oh my god, please.
Do you want to put it down on something?
I'm gonna put it down.
Nope. Nope. Nope.
I'm gonna zigga.
God.
I'm getting a clamp.
I was asking, do you want to put it down?
Did the others. However, when it's not working, it's not working.
Don't smack your finger.
That's the problem when you're trying to do things on camera. And you have to put... okay, there we go. Right. That's probably good enough. And I'm still on shot. I'm probably not in focus, but...
Close enough. If you just touch the soldering iron to the side of it. You look like you just melted something you shouldn't have done.
There we go. There's the red.
Did you actually confirm that it was the correct way around?
I did. We did a beep test. What I'm going to find out is that I forgot to put the... Oh, yeah, I did, and everything.
Ah, I see. That heat shrink should be on the cables.
Yes.
Ah, very good.
I cut the heat shrink, but I didn't put it on the cables. At least I remembered halfway through, instead of when I'd done both of them.
Yes.
This is what fatigue looks like, people. This is why you shouldn't stream for as long as you... Yeah. This is why you shouldn't.
This is why.
This.
Ah, I see we're into deconstruction now.
That's one.
Ah, it's post-nouveau. Almost. Almost.
There we go.
I know what will make this better. More cider.
Oh, you got to finish the bottle. What heckin' drama queen doesn't finish their cider?
I mean, it depends. If it's Strongbow.
If it's Strongbow, you don't start it. You look at whoever brought it to you and go, and you slap them. You say, "Do you mock me, sir?" It's going to be really awkward if a viewer sends in a case of Strongbow, and we're going to be like, "Well, we can't not drink it. It was a gift. What do we do with it? It's an ungift."
You could just not admit that it has been sent in.
What? And if they say, "Hey, I sent you some cider. Did you get it?" And we'd be like, "No.
We did not receive
Nope.
cider.
Haven't seen it. Sorry."
No cider was received.
Yeah. Oh, Amazon confirmed it was delivered. Oh, I must have gone to a neighbour and they must have just kept it. I don't know what happened there. I'm sorry. We appreciate the offer, though. You know, it's just, yeah.
Here's where to send the Stowford Press.
Which miraculously arrived the next day.
It's funny. Strange, strange deliveries. Who knew?
Once we're done, I get a weekend. It's going to be great.
Think.
I should have brought the hot air station over. This is ridiculous. It's never quite right. It's always ripply and just, nah. Soldering irons just don't work on heat shrink. It's not good.
You doing that gives me great concern of you just stabbing yourself.
I had a comment the other day where someone is just like, "Oh, aren't you afraid of burning yourself?" And
I mean, yes.
well,
in as much as I am afraid of burning myself.
Yeah, when you use a soldering iron a lot, like every now and then you'll just go, "Ow," kind of thing.
Yes, but I mean the process of I am afraid of burning myself.
Yeah, but
I am not deathly afraid.
yeah, like I've felt the burn. You know, you can survive it. You know, you'll be like, "Ow, busted," kind of thing, and you know that's it. And then you'll have a little burnt spot there, which will go away after a week. You know, but yeah, I don't know. That much being said, I've never really been afraid of soldering irons ever since school. So yeah, even before I had experience with them, mainly just because soldering irons are so incredibly precise. Like I can have the soldering iron so close to my fingers here, but if it doesn't touch them, I won't even know it's hot. I can't feel the heat on my fingers from here. You know.
Oh, I see. But
and I think that's why, like the hot air, I couldn't have it anywhere near my hand. Because you know, if you've got it vaguely in the direction of your hand, you'll be going ow, 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 ow. You know.
Yeah, I feel like you should just hot air it.
I absolutely, but that requires dragging the hot air station over here.
No, it doesn't.
I'm going over to the hot air station.
It does not. You can literally pick the item up, walk to the other side of the room, and solve this in mere moments. It can be resolved in the time it takes for me to complain about how long it has taken you to resolve this.
I think I've spent so long soldering ironing it that it's mostly done now.
However, it is now actually done. Therefore, an improvement.
There we go. Oh, it feels good to see it all go nice and uniform.
Excellent. Very well. All we need to do now is find out why the SATA doesn't work on this motherboard.
Once again, this is your fault.
I can't help but feel that this is your channel and your editorial direction.
Right, you're putting the rest of this back together again. I have resoldered the fan cables. Tag, it's your turn. I've done my bit. You passed it to me to fix the Molex cables. I have fixed the Molex cables.
Very well.
Give me the laptop. I'm in charge of chat now. And it's not going to be endless jokes. It's going to be serious discussion.
Is it? Is it? Are you certain you can manage serious or discussion?
Don't talk about the Jubilee. We'll bring out the royalists.
Do you have your flag? I don't need a flag. I live here.
Oh. Okay. Right, so we need to connect up that RGB at some point. However, we've got all the connections for that now. Right. What's the counter on? Oh God, we've nearly been going for 4 hours. No, the chat is flagging. It really is. It really is. I'm sorry, everyone. Ooh, right. Does Graham still have his old hot air pen thing? I never had a hot air pen thing. I mean, the hot air station is the thing. Do you mean, do I have my old hot air station? Because yes, I do still have that. But yeah. Can we talk about the boo? Oh God, Boris Johnson getting booed was the funniest thing ever. Not to get political, but Boris Johnson getting
Not to
booed.
get political, but I've had cider.
Boris Johnson getting booed is the funniest thing in the world. Anyway, what is the laptop's battery status? We've got power down here, so it's okay. So it was plugged in for the first half of the stream. And now it's unknown, because on battery power, we just get no indicator. If I'm tired, called it. No, well, this doesn't actually have to get finished, because I can finish it on Tuesday. But yeah, I'm okay. I am going to get a pack of crisps and crunch into the microphone.
Nom nom nom.
Yeah. But yeah.
I require...
Power off, pull that, hold down power for 10 seconds. What do you require? SATA cables.
The
Yep.
other SATA cables.
I think I knocked it off the back. Stand by. Whoop.
And then I require the other SATA power. SATA. Yes. Those things.
The
Good.
fire starter, twisted fire starter.
Yes. 2, 4. What? How do numbers work?
Oh, we're still on bench cam.
SATA 2, SATA 2, SATA 3.
Let's
SATA
switch back
3.
to a scene where people can actually see something.
Yes. Right.
I'm going to get a pack of crisps.
For better performance, use 0 through 5. Do not use M1, M2. Okay. I think that's what it's saying, is to not use M1 or M2.
Not use M1 or M2.
Yes.
Okay.
There is a SATA labelled M1 and there is a SATA labelled M2.
Very well. Right. Here's a serious conversation. Which crisps, or potato crisps, are the best out of these choices? I've got some real McCoys.
As opposed to fake McCoys.
I've got some mini cheddars in red Leicester. Thank you very much. And I've got wheat crunchies. Which are we going for? I will mute my mic while I'm eating them because of the crunch.
Crunch, crunch, crunch.
Because probably SATA 2. Yes, Marcel. This board is going to have...
These are SATA 2.
Yeah.
These are SATA 3. And these are SATA 3, M1 and M2.
Oh, God. Has it got a discrete SATA 3 controller on it
So
somewhere?
it's SATA 2.
SATA.
SATA 1 and SATA 2. SATA 3. And then SATA 3, M1 and M2.
Okay.
Indeed.
Yeah. Is it me or are SSDs starting to creep up in price? I think 1 terabyte SSDs are still coming down. 500s are kind of a bit unstable / creeping up because 500 gig SSDs are becoming less economical to make. I think. Does that sound right?
I don't know. I don't make SSDs.
Very well.
I have not paid attention to them.
So yeah, let's see. I've got
I require
4 real McCoys, 2 cheddars, and 1 wheat crunchy. So I'm having the McCoys.
crunchies.
Shut up. SATA. Leviosa. Right, which mic is mine? Rode 2. Okay.
It's okay. I just find it humorous that I asked what kind of impoverished area your family came from yesterday about because they were concerned about people breaking in and stealing things.
Well, they live in the Basingstoke and Reading areas, so yeah, you know. Sartorial. Monster Munch pickled onion. Not my cup of tea, if I'm honest. Alright, yeah.
Where is GPU power? Like, where are the cables for the powering of the GPU?
Roysters. Now there's a name I've not heard in a hot minute.
Okay.
I might need to Google that. I'm not going to do it now, but roysters are important.
Ooh. They are plugged in. I can see that they are plugged in. Where have they gone? Ah, they're there. They have become a hard drive. No. No.
I'm looking at the audio mixer. I'm trying to gauge how much your mic can hear my crunching.
No, 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 no.
I never did watch Yes Minister, but I feel like I should because that's a show that's aged really well. I've seen clips of Yes Minister and I'm like, oh my god, this is scarily on point for...
I mean, you say it's aged well. Is the commentary a case of we haven't actually moved on?
Yeah. Yeah, that's the problem, isn't it? It's aged well and that's terrible.
Huh. That is a display.
That was a remake.
Get in the hole. There we go.
Gordon Bond says, yes, good stream. Thank you. I apologise for the state of this stream from about the 2.5 hour marker.
Ah, good. Fine.
Was that in the quote-unquote bad SATA ports?
I don't know. That's what I'm finding out. Good.
Everyone's like, they can hear the Dyson working because of those fans.
Ah. Ah. Oops. What?
Are you seeing that artifacting or is that just the capture?
That's not what's actually showing on the monitor.
Okay.
That's what's showing. No.
That's not what's showing. Oh no. Oh yeah, the blue screen is what's showing on the monitor. Let's just go back there.
We live here now.
The fans on 12 volt. They're on 12 volt, but the rear fans aren't actually on. That's CPU fan.
That's
making
purely
that
the
noise.
CPU cooler.
Yeah. What happened to that? Was that on? That was on fan control at some point. Is that just on?
It was on this.
Yeah.
There you go.
Ah, there we go. All right.
There you go.
Okay, where are we at? It booted.
Yes.
So, right, okay, so what's our status? Are we booting on the cables that were previously not working?
We are booting on the cables that were in the computer.
Okay,
And a combination of them were not functioning.
okay. Are you trying on different ports? What
I
are we
have-
achieving here? We're
I
booting
have
up, but what have we achieved?
I have gone through the two SATA ports that are the SATA 6 ports, or the SATA 3 ports, but labelled not M. and I'm going through the other
Okay,
blank ones now.
Okay, so we're going through the ports one by one to determine which ones work and which ones don't work. Okay. Oh my god, it's 10 to 8. I hear everything. Wait, says Arnold G. Every pound spent on a crappy SSD is a pound too much. I would agree with that. I think cheap SSDs are a false economy. Pay a little bit more for like an MX500, as AJ said, and you will greatly appreciate it. Put all the disks to SATA 6. Yeah, well, the hard drives, it won't matter. The SSD, we definitely want on SATA 6.
We have 2 working SATA 6.
Yeah, okay, yeah. I mean, I think ultimately we're going to end up...
An optical drive will be no different.
Yes. Ultimately, I think we're going to have the SSD and the 2 terabyte hard drive on SATA 6. The optical drive can be on the SATA 2 ports, and that 2.5-inch drive, I don't think we're putting that in because I see no reason for it to exist.
I see no reason for you to exist.
I do not. It is not valid.
You are an invalid.
What's for supper? I don't know. I don't know anything anymore, I'm afraid.
There we go.
Try USB foot. We're getting booting at the moment. We're just going through the drives one by one. Let me turn this on so you can see it when it actually starts. There we go. Now you guys can see the post when it posts. Oh, the capture is still messed up. I don't know what's going on with our capture at the moment. It does not like this. We are getting clean output to the display. I can tell you that much. You liked the MX200 over the MX500, but oh, because the MX200 is MLC. Yeah, the MX500 is fine. It's what like apart from like the Samsung Evo 850, I think it is. Like the Samsung Evo 850, I think is the only SATA SSD that is faster than an MX500. I don't think anything else can touch the MX500. And yeah, we've still got messed up capture. I don't know what is going on with this. I might actually power cycle the capture card. Either that, or it's just the fact that we've got no drivers and we're at a weird resolution. I'm gonna replug the capture card because, as I say, the monitor we've got on the desk is giving clean output. You're probably about to lose your monitor, by the way. Stand by.
And that has not made it better.
All right, capture should be coming back up again. Nope, that has not made it better. What's pissing off that then?
Don't know.
Don't know. Okay.
It's stuck at a 5x4 resolution.
Yeah, it's at some kind of resolution that the capture card doesn't like. However, once again, we do have monitor output, so fine. I'll switch that off because it's not actually helping anyone. So yeah, we are continuing our quest through the SATA ports at the moment. You got to shoot off. No problem, Stephen. Thanks for dropping by. See you soon.
We have confirmed that basically it appears that the majority of the SATA ports work.
Yeah. Oh, the whole stream broke? The preview looks okay, so I think we're good. Can you see us? And we're back again.
It's me. It's me.
Oh, I think hot plugging the capture card upset the stream slightly, or upset OBS, which actually is quite reasonable because I unplugged a device that OBS was currently capturing, which in retrospect was an awful idea. I'm surprised it recovered actually. Once upon a time, that would have just insta-crashed at OBS. Once upon a time, if you unplugged or disconnected a monitor while OBS was recording, OBS would just insta-crash. It's so much more stable than it used to be. People forget.
There you go. All of these have worked.
They're all working. All
We
right.
can confirm that we have at least 6 working SATA.
Okay, so by rebuilding the computer, we've actually just solved all of its problems. I mean, it
Maybe
still,
I
has
haven't
a software
tested 2
issue.
of the ports.
Okay, yeah.
Which are the ones labelled SATA 6, M1 and M2.
Were those the... Which ones?
Which are the very top ones.
Oh, those are the ones that we were previously
Which were the
using.
ones that were previously in use.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah.
I wonder if the discrete controller is Cactus.
Yeah.
Pull through.
Shutting down. Goodbye.
Dirty ports, bad wire.
It's not a bad wire.
No, it's
So I'm
not.
using the same cables.
Yeah.
Ha! How'd you come?
Winston says, we would not be offended if you call it a night 6 minutes to 8. Well, to be honest, I think we're 2 minutes away from being able to I think we're 2 minutes away from being able to say, okay, this is now solved. Because if these 2 ports don't work, then those 2 ports are dead, and it's a matter of, cool, don't use those 2 ports.
And we know that it's the secondary controller.
Yeah.
'Cause they certainly appear secondary controller-ish
Whereas-
based off of labelling.
Yeah, whereas if they have now come back to life,
Yeah,
then
they don't work.
They don't work. Okay, the discrete controller is Cactus. No one cares. We'll use the chipset controller.
Yeah, I am just going to repeat the test in the other port. What?
Just a fan was running for a
It's
strange
the
amount of time.
PSU one.
Yeah, kept going for ages. In for a penny, indeed.
We should now see BIOS. We should now see BIOS. There we go. We have BIOS. Therefore, those 2 ports don't work. Those 2 ports are Cactus.
Okay, good. All right, we have determined that the discrete SATA controller, which was in use, is kill. So by switching to different SATA ports, we've resolved the hardware issues. Windows needs fixing. That's an off-stream thing to solve, which will probably be a matter of just reinstall Windows. Because I don't think we're going to find any useful data on there, but we'll find out.
Well,
And
given that both images were like 11 gig or something.
yeah, I don't think there's user data there.
No.
And then finally, we have redone all of the wiring, so this thing is less of a catastrophe on the inside now.
Yeah.
And there's a few bits to finish off. We've got to plug in the RGB controller and stuff, but I'll do that off stream.
Yeah, I've also just moved it out over into the actual optical base so it can be tidied slightly and
It's
stuff
not
like that.
just filled with wires like it was before.
Yeah.
So yeah,
The front panel needs plugging in because I was using the onboard.
yeah, that's a job for next time.
Yeah,
Right.
the BIOS needs the fan profile set, but other than that,
Yeah,
fiddling.
we have been streaming for 4 hours and 12 minutes. We are going because
to start looking at this one.
oh my god, yeah.
But wait, there's more.
Oh, we got the desoldering gun that needs a new heating element. That.
Hi, Billy Mays here.
But wait, there's more. Okay, we'll do that next week. Desoldering gun needs a new heating element. We'll do that next week. All right, Naked HD fun. You can Naked HD fuck off. There we go. Hide user on this channel. All right.
Oh no, that was Liam from Wales.
Yeah. It's a really easy mistake to make. Right, okay. Okay. Oh no, there's another one. All right. Was that 2 or 1? I don't know. Hide user on this channel. You are also gone. All right, okay. Thanks everyone for sticking around. Sorry for the short set. See you all next week. I have enjoyed some of this conversation in English.
Absolutely.
I'm sobering up at this point.
It could have been
gone full
worse.
circle.
We could have started, on puns and jokes.
Oh, God. Jonathan Mabry's like, oh no, don't go. Right. Thank you very much, everyone. We're out. Vladimir's exhausted. Yeah, I think how I feel. Right, goodbye, everyone. We'll be back next Saturday with something. Probably my desoldering gun that doesn't heat up anymore, and I have a new heating element for it. See you all soon. Cheery bye. I'm going to hit stop streaming now.
Goodbye.
Bye.
You need to hit stop streaming. Hit
And-
it. And goodbye.